Okay, I don't see Andrew Pfaff yet.
I don't either. Are we ready though? So I can let's get us
Yeah,
started.
you can go. Yes, you are.
Kelly. Okay, so I'm calling select board meeting to order at 6:31 p.m. on March 11th, 2025. So I'm going to rearrange our agenda slightly to, I think, help everybody out. So we're going to move up Kelly O'Brien's appointment as business administrator for the building department. Okay, so long story short, she had resigned and taken the job that Amy Berry had vacated. It was not a good match with she in that office, and by mutual agreement, she decided she wanted to return to her job in the building department. So we've got to reappoint her. Chris Lund is very happy she's coming back. So is, I hear, Jim Cleary. So all good. Okay, so Andrew, you want to make a motion to reappoint Kelly as business
So
administrator?
first off, did you formally call the meeting to order or?
I did. Did you not
Yeah.
hear me? I did.
Yep.
How did you
Okay.
miss that?
I was shuffling some papers on my desk and wasn't paying
All right.
attention, but I move that the board appoint Kelly O'Brien as business administrator 1 to the building department.
Second.
Effective immediately. Okay,
Effective
second.
immediately.
All right, roll call vote. Al,
Aye.
Sam,
Aye.
Andrew,
Aye.
Marguerite,
Aye.
and Cook is aye, 5-0. So that is done. All right, do we still not see Andrew? All right.
Yep, they're starting to pop in.
Okay. So for everyone listening, tonight is a special meeting. So we're not going to do our two normal before and after public comments. We're going to do one big public comment at the end for any questions, comments anybody wants to make as far as agenda items and or items not on the agenda. So only one public comment tonight at the end. All right, so let's bring over Mr. Martell. Who is JS? I don't know who JS is. I thought I saw, no. So we've only got, it looks like Tim and
we might not get quorum
Chris
until
Howard.
7:30, but
Okay.
I figured.
All right, so
but
you're gonna
yeah,
watch.
sorry.
You're gonna watch, right, Andrew?
Yeah, I'll watch it if somebody shows up looking.
All right, so you won't call your meeting to order yet until that happens. All right, but
Well, Larry's here.
Larry's there. Yeah.
okay, now you
All
got a
right,
quorum.
there he is.
There
Yeah.
he is. Yeah. Okay.
All right, so
I'll
bring
bring
him over and then.
All right. I call advisory committee to order at 6:34 p.m.
All right, so welcome advisory. So Vanessa just watched school committee. I don't see anyone on the school committee there yet, so we just got to keep an eye from when they all appear. They posted for 6:30. All right. So tonight we're going to start off with hearing from Mimi Luttrell, the chair of the planning board, about their 3 articles, 2 relating to the accessory dwelling unit law enacted by the state of Massachusetts, and the other one that we had all agreed should be done, which is revising the parking rules to make it easier for people to be able to get into spaces and not run afoul of parking restrictions. So we'll start with that. That's going to be till 6:30 to 7. Then we're going to have CPC over, and I don't know who's coming from CPC, so we'll have to see, to talk about their articles. They're not ready yet, but we're going to at least talk about their projects so we can hear what they voted on as far as those go. All right, then at 7:30, we're going to turn our attention to the budget and to the warrant articles with advisory, hopefully come into an agreement on the budget to be printed in the warrant, because we're running out of time. So hopefully we'll get that done tonight. Select board's going to vote on a few things. I think we've got only a few things left to vote on, but of course they're the important things. So we're going to try to get more votes in tonight too before it's done. At the end of the meeting, we will take public comment, and then we will adjourn, and advisory will stay on the Zoom. Andrew will take over as host so they can do some administrative stuff that they need to do for their purposes. Sound good?
Yep.
All right, so can you bring over Mimi, Vanessa?
She's there.
Oh, there she is. Sorry, Mimi. I'm
Yep.
looking over here. There you are. Sorry. Oh, there you are. Okay, so Mimi, you did not post a meeting, so this is just you, correct?
I'm all you got.
Okay, well, you're a lot.
That's enough. That's plenty.
You're a lot. You're a lot. Okay, so Mimi, why don't we start off with the parking one? Because I think that's the easier of the two. And let's get that one out of the way as far as discussion goes. Then let's hear about the two ADU articles. And then I think we're going to probably vote tonight, select board at least. Andrew, I'll let you decide what advisory is going to do. Okay, Mimi, tell us all about the parking article. Sure.
So the shared parking is just an addition to our current site plan bylaw. It was on the advice of the building commissioner to hopefully reduce impervious surfaces by allowing compatible uses to share parking. Right now, you have to have all the spaces required for each use. This would allow uses to share. So hopefully reduce parking. And that, as I said, it's just added to our current site plan. Originally, it had been proposed as a special permit, but that was removed, so it's just part of the our site plan bylaw.
So the effect is to reduce a parking requirement for multiple uses, so it reduces the amount of impervious surface that somebody would have to build. Is that correct?
That's the thought.
Good. Okay.
All right,
Yeah.
so try to keep this under control since we got two committees here. So Andrew, you want select board to start and then advisory, and then we can switch off the next one. Okay, so Al, questions, comments as far as,
No, I support this one. I think it's a step in the right direction.
all right. Sam, anything else from you?
I'm okay.
Andrew?
I mean, I have some questions about the language that's in the article, if now's an appropriate time to raise those questions. So it looks like this adds a new section G about shared parking, right? And all the rest of it is the same.
Correct.
I think it would be just simpler if the way it was presented in the warrant was just to add a new paragraph and then renumber the last paragraph rather than reprinting the whole thing. So that's a suggestion. And then
Can you say that again, Andrew? I didn't understand what
so-
you mean.
like I looked at this cold in preparing for this, and it says Article 31, to see if the town will vote to amend Chapter 171-12 pertaining to parking as follows. And it doesn't say, is it striking the existing one in its entirety and replacing it with this, or there's some language I think that's missing at the beginning there. But what it's really
Okay.
just doing is it's adding a new section. And I think people who pick up the warrant and read it are going to be a little confused as it's presented now, right?
Okay.
So then under G1, it says any approval shall be conditioned upon execution of any necessary contracts by all parties. And what is the thinking behind adding this, and is it really necessary? I'm thinking here of where you could have a situation where you have one entity or one person who owns the two properties in question. And so, why would they need to like sign contracts with themselves, and why would the planning board and town council need to review and approve these?
Well, so it says necessary contract. So if it's the same entity, no contract is necessary.
Okay.
So Andrew, I'll give you an example of why this would be relevant. Let's take 257 and 259 Turnpike Road, which is what caused this to arise, at least one of them. So yes, Bill DePietri owns parts of both of them, but he's got different partners in these entities that he has. He's got LLCs, different LLCs formed for all these, and there's different investors besides him in these. So it's not the same legal entity, nor is it necessarily the same ownership. So that would be, I would think, example where the two LLCs would want to contract with each other as far as their agreement goes.
I mean, it's something they may want to do, but I don't really see why it's necessary as part of this bylaw. And the second part about what is the thinking behind requiring that uses sharing the parking facility shall be located no more than 500 feet from the closest parking space, and what does that exactly mean?
So you don't have parking for a use that you need to take a flight to get to that use. To keep it so that it's close enough so it's usable.
Okay. Was there any, what's the thinking behind the picking 500 feet as opposed to something shorter or larger than that?
So this language came from town council, so that was his suggestion.
I also
Nice.
think in the fourth paragraph where it's requiring a proponent to notify the planning board within 15 days of the shared parking arrangement approved being discontinued or any associated condition changed, that sounds very vague to me about what's an associated conditions change. And I mean, what do you think?
So
it means?
any conditions that are associated with that shared parking, if any of them are no longer valid or do not exist, we need to know, just like a regular site plan. If any conditions are no longer valid, we need to know about that, or any changes to the site plan.
It just seems pretty, vague and undefined to me. And I think if something like this is going to stay in here, it would be more practical to have a much longer notification period than 15 days. I'm just thinking of ways where we can accomplish what we're looking to do in a way that's less bureaucratic and interposes, fewer, requirements than are truly necessary. So those are my my comments on the article so far.
Yeah, we just have to make sure that it works, Andrew. And this is relatively new for us, and this was the suggestion of town council.
Is that it, Andrew?
Yes.
So I talked to Mimi earlier today, and her plan is she's got meetings posted for Thursday and Friday if she needs them. If anything comes out of this meeting that she believes is appropriate to bring forth and take a look at. So she's got a good backup plan if she needs to make any changes. So
Kathy, I had two questions.
okay.
Mimi, this shared parking already exists in one place on Turnpike Road, right?
Yeah.
So it's been existing for how long?
I can't answer that question.
It's quite a while though, right? About
Yeah.
10 years at least, yeah. Has there ever been a problem with it?
Not that I know of.
Right. And the other question is, isn't the point of this to leave open space and a bit of open space, and if it becomes necessary to use that later to turn it into a parking space, that's kind of a guarantee if more parking would be needed, correct?
Well, not necessarily. There is a I forget what it's called now. So it is intended to use less impervious surface,
Right.
Which is more economical for developers. Pavement is expensive, but there's not necessarily a set aside required.
Okay, thank you. It just seems to me that this has already been done and it's worked out fine, and I applaud having less asphalt in the town, so thank you.
Where has it been done before? That's news to me.
Well, just what you were talking about, those two
Right, there were two
two
businesses.
buildings on Turnpike Road. It hasn't been done through this process
Right,
before.
but it has been in existence. And the other thing, I think, wasn't one parking space used for a generator to be put in, or one piece of property that had been set aside for a possible parking space been used to locate I think it was a generator, or it could have been a HVAC unit, something like that. Am I ringing a bell? No, anyway. Okay, that's it.
So I am just going to reiterate Andrew's first comment, which is it seems, part of the problem with zoning articles is they're complicated, right? And it's hard for people coming to town meeting that haven't read them to read through all this and really understand that. So I agree with Andrew that I get rid of everything and just say we're trying to add paragraph G.
Yep, I already wrote that down.
Okay. All right, so I think that's it for select board. Andrew?
I don't have any questions other than that.
Not you, Andrew.
Ronick.
Oh, sorry.
You had your chance. Do you have-
ADAP.
So I'm going to do the AD and AP tonight. Sorry, guys.
All right.
Okay, AP.
Hey, Mimi. I think the only question I have is I've seen this, I think, in other places where like you have a municipal parking lot in the middle of a downtown and the properties share the parking from is this like an overlapping like use requirement? So if building A has to have 10 spots and building B has to have 10 spots and there's 10 parking spots, they share them? Or is it because one property has a surplus of parking spots that they're then, able to basically grant some to the other property? Just trying to understand that.
So I think either of those situations could work. Or if they're compatible uses, like one use is in the daytime hours and
One's nighttime.
nighttime,
Okay,
that they could share the same.
And so it's basically part of the site plan that you guys would just take that into consideration and you can make that decision. Okay. Then I'm good. Howard.
Anybody? No, I'm good. I've watched the meetings on this, so I understand. I'm good. Thank you.
Larry, anything?
No, I don't think I have anything other than what's already been brought up tonight. I'm all set.
Okay. I think Tim's good. Great.
So Andrew, are you going to try to take any votes tonight?
Probably, when you guys do, but you're going to do it later, right?
We're
I
gonna
wanted
do
to
the
wait.
stuff later.
I
I'm
wanted
going
to wait till at least after 7:30 if we get more members.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and get select board to vote on this one. This one looks like it is in good shape as far as the concept goes. Mimi, do you believe that you will follow Andrew's suggestion, which is reduce it just to adding paragraph G?
Sure.
Okay. All right, so select board, let's go ahead and vote on this one. This one's, I think, is pretty cut and dry and easy and one that everybody likes. So tonight, select board, Andrew, can you make all the motions and Sam do the seconding so we can keep this moving?
Sure.
Okay. All right, and this is Article 31.
Okay, I move that the select board support a town meeting Article 31 regarding parking and loading requirements.
I would say, Andrew, amend it to only paragraph G.
I think it's fine the way it is. I know it'll
But
be.
then you're
What I'm
voting
talking
on
about is just
you're voting on the language that's in the draft warrant today.
So I move that let me try this again. I move that the select board support a town meeting Article 31, the portion of it that just adds the new shared parking provisions to section 174-12 of the zoning code.
Second.
Roll call vote, Al,
Aye.
Sam,
Aye.
Andrew,
Aye.
Marguerite,
Aye.
and Cook is aye 5-0. Okay, Mimi, back to you as far as the two ADU articles.
Okay, thank you. So in August of 2024, Governor Healy signed the Affordable Homes Act into law, which amended a portion of the zoning act, which is Chapter 40A, which allows ADUs up to 900 square feet to be built by right. The benefits they believed would increase affordability in the state by providing rental income for home owners, adding smaller, more affordable units to the housing stock in the state, offering low-cost housing options for adult children or older adults so they could remain in the community. We currently have an accessory apartment bylaw on the books through special permit. So this would replace that. So currently the special permit conflicts with what the state law says. So this would replace that, add the updated language, which is accessory dwelling unit instead of accessory apartment, allow accessory dwelling units by right up to 900 square feet. And also the second article, although it would be part of the same section of the code, would allow for a special permit for ADUs larger than 900 square feet. The process is very similar to what we do today. Currently, it's a special permit through the ZBA, but proponents must come to the planning board first for a report, which is essentially an abbreviated site plan. So this would be the same thing, except for the special permit, it would also be through the planning board. So it would be a one-stop shop.
And now I'm confused. 900 and below by right. So
Correct.
no planning board, no ZBA.
So 900 and below would be an abbreviated site plan before the planning board. And then a building permit.
So what does abbreviated site plan actually mean? If I come to you and I want 800, what do I have to come in front of the planning board with this new amendment? What do I have to do for that?
So the same as now, the planning board just looks at the dwelling on the lot, the effect on any budding properties, parking if required, if necessary. So this is a Dover protected use, so it's a very brief review because there are very few things that we're allowed to look at under Dover.
Okay, but if it's by right, why does the planning board have the ability to do anything to my plan?
Well, the state law allows it, and it allows transparency so that any abutting residents will have an opportunity to speak and add comment. Whereas if it just went to the building commissioner for a building permit, they would not.
And what would you do with those comments? So comments come in by a neighbor who doesn't like what I'm doing. What does that then give the planning board the right to do as far as my project goes?
Just like any site plan, we try to negotiate with the proponent.
But do you then have the legal authority to say you can't do this, or it's just
No, it's not a discretionary permit.
Okay, so if I'm below 900 square feet and I come to you, you're going to do an abbreviated review. You're going to listen to anybody that comes forth with comments, and you're going to ask me to do certain things, but I'm not required to do them.
Yeah, we can, well, it depends on what it is. There may be some things that are really necessary. but we can condition it as long as it doesn't go beyond our scope.
Okay, this is where I'm fuzzy. So you condition it, and do I have to comply with those conditions if I'm below 900 square feet?
Yes,
Or I won't get either my building permit or my CO?
well, the building permit, yeah.
Okay, all right. Okay, so that's 900 and below. The 900 and above, you basically are going to have more jurisdiction. Is that true?
It would be a special permit. So that is discretionary, but it would be pretty much the same process.
Okay, but that's a planning board special permit, not ZBA special permit, right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, if we did nothing, if this were on the warrant, in the state law that was enacted last August is there, what would be the impact of doing nothing?
Well, we'd have a section of the code that's in conflict with state law.
Okay.
We would have no local control.
And Mr. Telemann has weighed in on this, I assume, and helped with the language here in his blessed where we've ended up here.
He wrote the language.
Okay. Okay, that's it for me. So Andrew, let me stick with select board for this one, then we'll start with you guys for CPC. So Al?
I am not in favor of this bylaw. I think honestly, it's a solution in search of a problem that I don't think exists. I am very reluctant to empower town officials to make architectural decisions, which in fact is called out in this bylaw. I think, I think this is rife with problems. I think it's poorly drafted. I think the practice of telling people that you have to adhere to other sections of the code is a bad practice. And I believe the building commissioner actually agrees with me on that, it confuses people as to where the authority and responsibility is. I recently built an addition on my house and I didn't have to get a special permit. I recently built that addition was a garage. I didn't have to get a special permit, but I would have to get a special permit to have a garage associated with an ADU. If you build an ADU, you have to comply with the building code, with all of the other components of the zoning code, including setbacks. You have to comply with all of the health codes related to septic and water. This is an unnecessary bylaw.
Al, you think?
But let me tell you how I really feel.
Al, you think, because Mimi's pointed out that a piece of what we have today is now is contradictory to the law that was passed last August. So we've got a state law that says one thing and a bylaw that says another.
So it's moot. I mean, the state has said we can't do that. We can't enforce that section of the code because the state has said it is now by right as opposed to by special permit. So I'm perfectly happy going along with just under the state rules. And then if we actually see serious problems, we can address it. But I don't think this is not an appropriate response. There is no, in my mind, there is no legitimate public purpose for this bylaw.
So I think that this bylaw also allows us to prohibit short-term rentals, which can be a huge problem to neighborhoods. Just look at what happened in Northborough. And also prohibit the use of trailers as ADUs, which the state law is not clear on. The state law is very vague, and so it would fluctuate on depending on what the building commissioner's interpretation of the law is. So having our own bylaw in our code clarifies for people who want to build ADUs exactly what's required of them.
Yeah,
So we currently don't prohibit Airbnb right now. Mimi, is that true?
That's true.
And this will prohibit that.
Yeah, again, I think this is overreach. If
But
you
Kathy, this
wanted
would
to-
only prohibit Airbnb and an ADU built under this bylaw.
That's right. Yeah, if I wanted to rent my house out on a short-term basis, I believe there's nothing that would prevent me from doing that. So this is overreach, and I've said my piece.
All right, you
I
have
just,
it.
it's following the process that we've done for years and it's worked very well.
Not
So
everyone.
what process are you talking about, Mimi, just to be clear?
The process that we've done for accessory apartments with the, except for the special permit part. We're pretty much done the same thing. The bylaw is very close to what we do now. But it's just updated to comply with state law.
But the ZBA issues that permit for an accessory apartment, right?
Correct, but you are
Oh,
required to
cool.
come to planning board first.
Planning board opines on it.
And sends a report to ZBA?
Mhm.
All right,
Which
Sam,
the
why don't you
ZBA
go ahead?
can-
Hold on, Marguerite. Go ahead, Sam, finish.
Mimi, I
ZBA
just
can
had,
listen to that.
Marguerite, hold on a second. Let Sam finish. I'll get.
all right,
Yeah, ZBA can either take that input or ignore that input at its choice, but so ZBA is the deciding factor today in terms of the special permit for an accessory apartment.
If they ignore it, they have to have reasons why.
Yep. Having lived through that, I've done it, so. Couple of other comments. One, I think there is value in being as consistent as we can with the state requirement. I think it gives us control that's important in this process. I'm still not totally convinced that we need the planning board to be in the middle of this one, in the sense that if the state law says certain things, then if somebody complies with state law on an ADU, then the need for planning board review of that or negotiating conditions or whatever seems to me to be somewhat superfluous. So again, I think that the main value for me is being, consistent with state law. And I do think that Mimi's point about having a little more control over a couple of these things is useful, certainly. Are we talking about the larger units at this point as well, Kathy, or do you want to save that till later?
No, let's talk about the whole thing.
Okay. On the larger ones, two things. One, I think that ought to be a ZBA permit, and I think we need an appeal route there as well. If somebody is aggrieved by a decision on the larger units, I think that appeal, if the planning board does issue those permits, I think that ought to go to ZBA before it goes to court, to give people an easier path to appeal those things versus having to spend money on a lawyer and going to court with it. So I think the structure on that is, to me, not the right one to start with, but if we stay with the planning board permit, I would urge going to ZBA for an appeal. That's it for me.
Andrew?
Okay, so I tend to agree with Al on this one. So right now, basically the adoption of state law rendered the part of the town bylaw that has a very complicated ADU approval process, void. To me, I think the biggest thing that this bylaw does is it adds a site plan approval requirement for adding an ADU. And the whole spirit of the law is to make the building of these types of units easier. So another thing I thought that was kind of ironic is if you look in the site plan approval bylaw, even for minor plan review, there's a carve out for uses that involve a single family or two family residence which add less than 2,000 square feet. And the gist of the state bylaw is if you're adding 900 square feet, this is kind of building something like that should be expedited. You don't need to go to too many discretionary town boards. The idea that site plan approval is non-discretionary, okay, although it just provides an opportunity for tons of questions, requirements. I don't think it necessarily really adds that much value. And the one that definitely seems to be a, point where there's some, I got a concern about it is that one of the site plan criteria is the architectural style should be generally compatible with the existing principal dwelling. Again, very subjective. So this is good in that, if this bylaw didn't pass, we already would have by right accessory dwelling units. And then if we do pass this, we kind of have them as of right, but if you actually want to build them, it's longer. It's a longer process to do it. It's more expensive. So I prefer the way that we have it just right now.
Marguerite?
Oh, just quickly, Mimi, the sticking point for me was the same thing that Andrew mentioned, which was architectural style should be generally compatible with the existing. That does leave it up to a person's taste, but I also thought, unless it's a historic district, I don't feel comfortable with that stipulation being in there. What if somebody wants to get a world famous architect to build them something fabulous as an ADU, and it's not compatible, but it's fantastic. So I think that would be, this would not be consonant with what the stipulation is, that everything should look like it's colonial. So I feel that that's, unless it's a historic district, or maybe even if it is, that's up to the homeowner, the property owner, to decide it. That's just my feeling.
So I think a fantastic architectural addition could be generally compatible. Compatible doesn't mean the exact same.
It's true, but it depends on the taste of the people on the planning board. And you guys all have really good taste, but what if we get a planning board that has, more rigid ideas, and then what do you do, right? So then you'd have to go to court and it would be a mess. That's my main sticking point, is that you wouldn't have control over your own building's appearance.
Is that it, Marguerite?
Yep, thank you.
So Mimi, keep jumping in as you see fit when things get said. Okay, so I'm not sure where I am at this point. I'm not ready to vote. I need to think about this one more. But I had thought that I went to the planning board meeting the night that Mike Robbins I think he was invited to appear to talk about this. I don't know if he officially represented the ZBA or was coming on his own, but he was there and spent quite a bit of time going back and forth with the planning board members. And I thought that his request was, don't add anything new to the state law. Leave it, keep it bare bones, simple, do what you got to do to make it compatible, but don't go any further. Am I wrong about that, Mimi?
No, he was in agreement with what we did. So we worked with him, and I think Doris Cahill was at a meeting or two, and so was David Williams. But Mike was very involved, and Mike and Jay went back and forth for a while to bring something before the planning board.
Mimi, do you have any idea of how many other towns, cities are doing what we're doing here to bring their bylaw into compliance with state law?
A lot.
Okay. All right, so we're not hanging out there by ourselves doing this, right?
No, Jay's working with a bunch of other towns and cities that he represents.
Okay, and if we were to ask Jay, which I will, Jay, should we be doing this? He'd probably say yes, right? That you should do this. You need to clean this up.
Yeah, this came from him. So originally we thought we'd just add the by right ADU and just leave the accessory apartment, and he advised against that. He thought it should be one clean section of the code.
Okay, all right. AP.
I would say I, kind of agree with Andrew and Al. I think, I think trying to keep this as close to the state law as possible. I don't have a problem with short-term rentals. I think we should be allowed to short-term rentals. I don't like that we added the short-term rentals to the other ADU as well. So I think cutting it as bare bones to by right, or just leaving it up to the building commissioner, as it's not going to be in zoning, is more of a preference to me. I mean, I'd like to have something in there and remove whatever is not compliant, but to make it as unrestrictive and as friendly to the homeowner to do what they want to do on their property is my my favorite.
I will say is having a home in a more touristy area, that short-term rentals have proved to be huge issues in neighborhoods.
But I know, for instance, Fay and St. Mark's, and when people come in for graduation, have trouble finding sometimes hotels. There's a business opportunity there for people in town, or et cetera. But I don't want to restrict a homeowner's right to do what they want with their property, especially when it'd be only for certain homes, but not, only for your ADU, but not for your actual home. And I just don't think that I'm for extra scrutiny or oversight. Howard, why don't you go next? Oh, and Vanessa, can you promote Tim? He had to drop off and rejoin.
Sure.
Like everyone else, I think I'm on the fence on this one. I sat through a lot of the meetings, just happened to watch a lot of the planning board meetings on this, and I saw Mr. Robbins and a couple others. I don't like the state law to begin with, but we're stuck with that. But I'm also cautious of just leaving it wide open as well, because I've seen what happens to properties if with no oversight whatsoever. And so I'm kind of torn between the two. And I don't know what the simplified solution is. Andrew, if you just say do whatever you want, I know there's setbacks and rules, but you don't always get what you're intended, and people get upset, and our town becomes something it isn't. But at the same time, it's your property, and I guess you have the right to do with it. So I'm kind of right in the middle, and like Kathy, I'm not sure I'm ready to even close to vote on this one yet. Just I do a lot of work with town council and zoning board having put into this. So, but I do want to read it again before we go any further. So.
Yeah, and I think it's certainly important that the setbacks and you can't make a building more non-conforming and things of that nature are still protections that are in there. But
there was also some interesting talk about if it's the differences if it's a completely separate unit compared to tied to your house, and because there is a section that if you want to add it to your house and have a separate entrance, there was discussion about that as well. And I remember there were different rules depending on it's becoming complex, but which is kind of what our bylaws are known for. So I guess simplifying it is also good, but there's still got to be a line to cross that shouldn't be crossed as well. So.
In my opinion, it's simpler to have everything in the bylaw for anyone who wants to build an ADU rather than just depend on the opinion of the building commissioner, because we've had several different building commissioners and they've all had different interpretations of the same pieces of state law. So I think that's more confusing and less resident friendly.
Well, respectfully, I've also seen them have different interpretations of our bylaws, so it goes both ways.
Larry, why don't you go next?
Okay, well, I'm sort of on the fence, but I had two particular things that were of concern. The first, consistent with Marguerite and Andrew D's comment about E2 being subjective. I'm a little concerned that E1 is also potentially subjective in terms of minimizing tree and vegetation and soil removal. That sounds like it could be a can of worms. And the other issue was D2. I don't know if there are other limitations in other pieces of this, but this seems to provide a minimum, but no maximum. And given our goal of minimizing impervious surfaces, what happens if I decide I want to have 5 parking spaces for this ADU? Is that limited anywhere else? So those are the two things that stuck out to me. I'm on the fence on the whole short-term rental thing. I on one hand, I'm not comfortable with short-term rentals. On the other hand, to you, Andrew P's point, I'm also not terribly interested in limiting a homeowner's ability to do what he wants with the property. So I need to think about that some more. But I was concerned about the parking space, unless there are other limitations, in the code that would, offset the other side, because all it says is it must be at least one.
Yeah, well, so that's the state law. There's 0 parking, off-street parking requirement for ADUs within a half mile of the commuter rail. And then we can only require 1.
Right, but what keeps me from paving, 5,000 square feet of my lot and saying, well, I need it for parking for my ADU? I mean, it seems like it's a hole that somebody could jump into if they really wanted to.
So I think other things would come into play then, like stormwater and other things under conservation with adding all that impervious surface.
Those are the only issues I had.
Maybe one question I had too is for the garage, when do you need to go to ZBA? Is it over 3-car garage you need to go to the ZBA, or is it
Over 2, I think.
Over 2.
more than 2? So if you need a 3-car, you have to go to ZBA?
That's correct.
Yeah, I'll just, like if, for me, it's as long as you're underneath that threshold, I think you should be able to do that, by right and not need a special permit for, even if you're adding, if you have a 1-car garage and you're adding a 1-car garage to the unit, I don't think you should have to get a permit for that, which you wouldn't have to do if it was part of your primary dwelling. And then because you must obtain site plan approval and the planning board may request modifications, I think to Kathy's point, can the planning board stop it?
No.
But it shouldn't be, you don't have to obtain site plan approval. You need to provide documentation to, because approval means that you have to approve it. Like it should be like FYI or information.
So site plan is a non-discretionary approval. There are very few reasons of which you can deny a site plan and withstand an appeal. And this is even more limited because it's a Dover protected use. So there are very few things that you can look at, just, try and reduce cutting trees right up to the property line if possible, and mediate any conflict with your neighbors, and we've been doing this for years and it's never been an issue. We've never requested anything that has been undoable or pushed back on. We just need to look at it and make sure that it will work and offer an opportunity for neighbors to have some comment.
Andrew, I can't tell if Tim is over here or not. He's also in the attendees listed, so I don't know if he's here or not.
I think he's here. Tim, you want to go next? Can't hear him yet. Do you want to promote the other one too? I know he's having some issue with audio.
Okay.
Is he on his phone?
No, I think at one point in time he had to dial in on his phone to get the audio to work. So I think he was just having some Zoom problem.
So I promoted the one that was in the audience.
Okay.
Still looks like it's in the audience, so.
Yep, I can see him on my screen.
All right, he's gonna reboot.
Okay.
Um,
I can see him on the screen too, but I still think it's the original one.
So I'm still very confused. If this is a non-discretionary review, then there's really, it sounds to me like it is a discretionary review and that that the planning board would have discretion. You can't be non-discretionary and then have some discretion. Either you do or you don't. I mean, if you have the right to require changes to a site plan, then you have the right to impose those conditions prior and prevent a homeowner from obtaining a building permit unless they comply with those requirements. So I'm confused. We can't say on the one hand, this is non-discretionary, and then say, but we have discretion.
So a site plan under Mass General Law, the Zoning Act, is a non-discretionary permit. A variance, a special permit, those are discretionary permits. You can say no. Site plan, you can't, under very limited circumstances.
I'm sorry, but those words are utterly illogical. I mean, just because they come out of the law, I don't. But you clearly have discretion because you have the ability to prevent someone from obtaining a building permit. And if you have the ability, if you don't clear the site plan hurdle, then you cannot get a building permit. That's, we can call it what we will, but that is authority. You know where I stand on this. I think that's inappropriate. I just don't think we should be telling property owners what they should do with their property within, very broad boundaries. And these are certainly among them. And by the way, I do agree with Andrew Pfaff that, ADUs, I think should not be restricted. I use ADUs I use short-term rentals when I travel quite a bit. And, they are a tremendous benefit. I've gone to my daughter's graduations where I had to use ADUs. So I'm certain there is a market for those. That is income for people who might need income. And, we should not be telling homeowners, what they can do with their property at this level of detail.
So we're getting behind, so I'm going to cut most of this off, but I am going to add the following. I think it was Andrew Pfaff made the good point, which is we don't have a lot of hotels in this town for people staying when they come for various things here. So having a choice of a nice Airbnb, I think is a good idea. I don't see Andrew at all now. No, there he is. Tim?
So it also opens the door up for very loud, obnoxious behavior in neighborhoods.
We have noise ordinances.
So Andrew, I think Tim's still having
to talk.
So Tim, we're going to move on because we don't think we can get you in here and we're behind. So if you want to talk about this, if you get your audio, we'll talk about it a little bit later. Okay, so Mimi, it looks like this is probably a pretty good sample of what you're going to hear at town meeting, I would think. Mm-hmm. So this may be one of those you got to be ready for again as far as lots of questions go. So I think it's a good preview of probably what you're going to hear there. So we'll vote later. I assume advisory will too, but we're not ready to vote tonight. There's still too many questions, it sounds like. But thank you for coming as always.
Thank you.
We will talk to you later.
Bye.
Okay, bye-bye. Okay, so I don't see everybody from CPC. So this is who you need to bring over. Vanessa, Brett Peters, Claire, Ellen, Freddie, Kristen, and I don't know who JS is over there. Does anybody know who JS is?
Or down at Southborough, room 3.
I don't know who that is either. So I don't see Ben Smith.
Could it be Jesse Stein?
It could be Jesse Stein, absolutely. So, good guess.
If you're on CPC, raise your hand.
But I don't see Ben, nor do I see Lisa.
Okay, Ben might be.
I don't believe
South
Ben,
River
I don't
Three.
believe Ben could make it today, but Lisa is here. She should be.
Is
Okay,
that you,
she
Brett,
might be-
talking? Brett, is that you
Yes.
saying that? Okay, so you don't think Ben's coming?
No, I don't believe he could make it tonight.
Okay, but Lisa is?
Yes.
Okay, is she town of Southborough? Room
I
3?
think she might be.
Okay, Lisa, is that you?
It is. Let me just change my name.
Okay. And
Sorry.
using Jesse, JS.
And Jesse's not on CPC though, so if that's Jesse,
Okay.
then you don't bring him over. He's not CPC. He's Affordable House Trust, so he probably
Okay,
is.
let me just
interested.
get Freddie.
Okay, so Lisa, are you going to take charge for CPC? Ben's not coming?
Myself and the full committee, obviously Kathy, without Ben here, you know, we just found out today, so we are gonna do the best that we can here today. So yes, absolutely.
Okay. All right, now it looks
You
to
have
me
a
like
quorum,
we've got a
right?
quorum.
You need to call them to order.
1, 2, 3.
We do. Thank you.
Four.
I call CPC meeting to order. We have Kristen, Ellen, Brett, myself, and
That's
Claire.
I
it.
believe Claire is here. Thank you, Claire.
All right, so you
That's a
call it to order. Okay, so we're not going to focus on the administrative articles tonight. We're going to focus on the substantive projects that you have recommended for annual town meeting. So Lisa, can we start with do them in this order? Let's talk about the railing that select board through Andrew submitted. Then let's talk about the Affordable House Trust movement of money. And then lastly, let's talk about the fire truck.
Okay, fair enough. So the railing project, as you see here, is for $121,000. When the application came in and Andrew and Bill Cundiff came in and talked about the application with us, there were 3 quotes. This was the quote that we had discussed that came back that it made the most sense for keeping in line with the historic preservation. And bear with me just one second, sorry. Sorry, I had a puppy that was going to bark in the background. So, grant, let's see, I'm just trying to pull up the application really quick here. Townhouse railing. So, application. From the historic site, Grant, do you want to touch on what
Why do you think Grant is here, Lisa?
he should be here? Is he not brought over?
Well, Debbie is in the audience, but I don't see Grant. So unless he is logged in as Debbie, I don't
Oh,
see him. Does
I
anybody else see
apologize.
him? Oh, he's town of Southborough 1? Okay, sorry.
Probably, yeah, we were both on meetings earlier, so we
Okay.
just didn't change our name.
Apologies, and yeah, sorry, I was I took a step away. So we're talking about the town common.
Town Common. So Grant, do you want to touch on the historic nature of that?
Yeah, sure. So I mean, I'm not sure if I have that much to add. It's currently a historic asset on the town common that is in disrepair. Some of the granite posts, I believe, have eroded or cracked, which has resulted in the railing, from kind of falling down in certain places and becoming, not contiguous. So the proposal would essentially recreate what is there. There were 3 potential options that the committee was initially presented with. One of which was a low-cost option, I believe, which is essentially like, maintaining it as it is, but not really fixing it. Another would be to kind of replace it, which is not consistent with, that's not considered historic preservation. So that was not an option for CPA funding. And then the option that the CPA essentially endorsed is a full restoration of the existing fence and fence post and railing around the common.
All right. Okay, so Andrew, AP, we'll start with you in advisory.
I mean, I actually think this is a good project, whether or not I think $110,000 is excessive or not. I mean, I haven't looked closely enough at the bids, but I mean, it's probably relatively close to what I think it would cost. So I'm pretty good there, but why don't you take it over, Howard?
Can you hear me now?
Yep. No, Tim, why don't you go now since you're working?
Okay. I apologize, everybody, for my technical difficulties.
That's not like you, Tim.
I know, it's embarrassing, Kathy. I actually agree with AP. I don't have any questions. I'll pass it back to Howard.
I had the same question as Andrew's. I'm not sure it really costs $110,000, but again, I haven't looked at the bids. I haven't seen a rendering yet, so I'm a little behind on this one. I have no problems with the idea of it. I think it's a good project. I think historic rebuild is good. So that's it until I study it more.
Kathy, can I add something?
Yes, Lisa.
So anyone that's interested, all of the applications are on the CPC's website. You can go and take a look at the 3 bids that we got. This one was a little more because it is for actual historic preservation. And with the tercentennial coming, we thought it was important to do it and to do it right. So, but the applications are out there. Howard, so any other questions you may have, technical or not, they're all out there within the application on the CPC website. Thank you, Kathy.
Can I ask what makes it historical? What's different about the historical? I mean, are they hand making the pipes? Is what makes it historical over non-historical?
All right. So one of the comments that we got on the quote, and I'm just going to read this right from the application, is this approach would ensure the continuity of the existing system and will focus on maintaining the existing materials and look of the granite post and rail system. Conversations with Dadius, a historic restoration company, indicated a good budgetary number for restoration, and that fence would be, again, we come out with the numbers, but it's focusing on maintaining the existing materials versus putting in, something not new, not historic.
They were going to put chains instead of pipe.
And it also starts bleeding into what we can spend CPA money on, right? We can't just use CPA money to put in a brand new fence. It has to be historical.
No, I appreciate that. I was just curious what makes it historical, and it's the materials. I guess they're not going to use prefab, modern, MDF and that kind of thing. I was just curious if it was.
Well, they could have. There were 3 choices, and they picked the one that is the most historical as far as materials go, which is why it's the most expensive.
Sure, and I appreciate it, but was it bronze? Was it so what was driving up the cost?
And Lisa, I don't know if you know the answer to this. I should have asked at the beginning. My assumption is that for all 3 of these articles, the funding is available, and there's enough. We don't have to prioritize or choose.
Freddie, do you want to jump in on that one? Where that would be coming from? I don't have it in front of me.
It's an easy yes or no. So I won't go into details about.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
perfect.
Sorry.
Larry.
I pretty much agree with the other comments. I think it's a worthwhile project. $110,000 seems like a lot of money, but I have no reason to believe it's not the appropriate amount for a project like this. So I'm good.
Is that it for advisory, Andrew?
It is.
Okay. All right. So select board. So this is one that select board actually sponsored, especially Andrew Dennington. It was one of the goals that select board set, and he was in charge of it. So Andrew, you want to start off?
Sure. Well, it sounds like everyone supports this, and thanks for that. I just emailed to the advisory committee the memo that Bill Cundiff put together in support of this, and that was attached to the application. So that answers a lot of some of the questions that you've raised. I just have a quick question about the wording of it. That's really more for the CPC. So I see that says the funding's contingent on a project start date of July 1st. And I actually looked back at the last annual town meeting warrant, and I see that was in other articles too. And I called Bill and asked him whether that's something that can be done. And it raised the question I just don't know, which is for CPC articles, once the town meeting approves the CPA article, does that mean the money's automatically available, or do we need to wait until July 1st? Of the
It
next
could
fiscal
be,
year?
but it depends on how they word the warrant article. It could be.
Freddie, do you
Because
want to
if the
touch on
money's-
this?
If the money's not available to July 1st, then we can't commit to the project beginning on July 1st. And regardless, if there was a little bit of like wiggle room there, so that on, a little bit of a later start date, like August 30th, that could help in terms of, there's going to be both a design phase to this and then a construction phase. So we just want enough
Andrew, I
time
think
to
we
be
can
sure.
use rec as a good example of this. So think about with recreation, we've come for funding and with the idea of projects starting July 1st, because summer's the sweet spot, right? To be able to replace fields. So I think there is a lot of planning and commitments and things that can be done up till that July. I appreciate where you're going with this completely, but I also think that the July 1st date in some cases might be very essential to know that July 1st those funds were available, because, again, in the event of a field replacement, that's the time that we want to be doing it. So I would just suggest if we want to get a little background, we could potentially talk to REC as a starting point.
But Kristen, I actually don't think this is worded right. I don't think it means you're supposed to start on July 1st. I think it means
funding-
you're not supposed to start before July 1st when the
Right.
funding is available. Same thing for REC. Get started, but
Yeah.
it doesn't mean you have to show up at 8 o'clock on July 1st to get going here.
Right, Kathy, I think you're on the right place
Okay.
because it's coming from CPA revenue for anticipated revenue of fiscal year 2026.
Yeah,
So I don't
you
think
really
it would be
won't have
So
available.
it just,
July 1st.
okay. It really doesn't, it just means you can't start until July 1st.
We can't start paying bills. Yeah.
Okay, so then this is really just not a big deal, right?
Well, Kristen, I would even say more. You can't sign a contract until you know that funding is in place July 1st either. So that's kind of just the date to, okay, now you can go start taking the steps.
Right.
But we don't expect you to
Okay.
have your hammer out on July 1st.
Well, I learned something here, so just,
And Larry,
I
you
think
got your
my
hand up.
concern's satisfied. Thanks.
Yeah, I just had a quick question about the dates, besides the fact that that sentence isn't worded correctly at all. But it says that it should be completed by June 30th, 2028, but that's actually after the tercentenary celebration. Shouldn't it be completed before? I mean, based on the discussion that started here about this being part of our celebration, shouldn't it be done before the celebration?
Well, we certainly would hope that that's the case, but we would also hate to put a date in there that isn't accurate. You'll notice on some of the dates, we give a sunset clause of, 3 years in the instance. You never know, especially with what's going on in the world today. Materials might be hard to get, and you would hate to have to go back to town meeting, to get funding because some unforeseen circumstance. I mean, our hope would be certainly it's used well before then, and it's in place within a year or two. But we just felt it was safer to put a larger date at the end just for any unforeseen circumstances.
Okay, I'd remove the words "to be there," however.
Thank you.
Freddie, is there enough money in the prior CPA revenue buckets to actually pay for this out of the 2025 or previous ones, and we could actually start it after town meeting? But you're on mute if you're trying to talk.
I'd have to look at availability of the funds. Different accounts have different timing. And I hadn't done that before, and I don't want to say something off the cuff that's incorrect.
Freddie, you do know there's not money in the historic bucket. You can say that much, right?
All of the historic funds have been spent on historical projects that we bonded. So it's all spent on the bond funding.
So
But I
that's
think,
what
Kathy,
I
my
have
point
now.
was if Bill would be ready to go come after town meeting, and we could use prior year, my understanding is that you could start immediately after town meeting. You don't have to wait till July 1st.
There's that possibility. Like I said, I'll double check which accounts, but also weren't we hearing from, sorry,
And
Andrew, that he wasn't ready July 1st?
No.
Well, he was saying he wouldn't be like, they might not be ready to start the construction, but
Andrew just was pointing out, does it mean that you really got to have your hammer out on July 1st? That's all the point he was trying to make. And of course, the answer is no. How can you do that?
So the town accountant is here as well, Kathy, and she does have her hand up.
Okay.
Jeez.
So bring Carla over. Hi, Carla.
Hi, can you guys see me?
No, we can hear you, but we can't see
Put
you.
my hand down. And the version of the warrant I have says that the restoration for the fire engine is coming from the FY25 CPA fund balance. So that being the case, I can set
Okay.
up that article after town meeting, so it can be spent, you know.
What about the railing? The railing
the
doesn't.
railing says 26.
Oh, railing, I'm sorry. The railing is, yes, anticipated FY 2026. Yep.
Okay.
But you could change that if you wanted to. If we really want to get started right after town meeting, you could change that and have that paid with prior collected funds.
Yep.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
And that's certainly a discussion that CPC would have to have, Kathy, as we went through, as we're figuring out our allocations.
Yeah,
Okay.
agreed.
Okay, so it sounds like you've got general support of the railing, Lisa. So I think we're probably done with that one for the moment. Okay, let's go on to, so I'm cutting off select board just because we already discussed this. This was our suggestion. I'm assuming Al, Sam, and Marguerite are fine with this. Yes, Sam saying yes. Okay, Al said yes, Margaret says yes. Okay, now let's go on to the transfer of the community housing funds over to the Affordable House Trust. Lisa.
Okay, thank you. So with this article, a lot of time was spent on trying to find a path forward. There's $532,000 allocated with this article. Through our discussions with the Housing Trust, we had talked about wanting to hold back $100,000 because we don't know in the forthcoming year if someone else might come forward. So, and one of the things that happened at our meeting as well is the Housing Authority, a manager at the Housing Authority mentioned they may have a project. So that worked out well. The Housing Trust and CPC were in agreement on the conditions we came up with. The only problem we're having on this article, Kathy, is we need to talk to town council, and we've been kind of having a struggle trying to get that to happen. We've invited him to meetings again. Everybody's busy. I get it. It's town meeting season for him. But initially we were told no to a grant agreement. So we wanted to sit down and find another path with Jay, because, you know, most other towns do a grant agreement. So his office had sent over a MOA, memorandum of agreement. So we sat with the trustees of the Affordable Housing Trust, and we reached an agreement on that. We just needed to hear from Jay. So then we heard from Jay that you can't do that. So again, we met again just recently, and we kind of crafted everything that we had talked about in the memorandum of agreement, and we put it in the warrant article because we haven't had a chance to have access to Jay to get these things done. So you'll notice in the draft of these, there's a ton of questions on specifically sale of any property funded by CPA, liability of town, independent status, indemnification, and successor and assigns. Now, these are things that we had discussed, and these are things we all agreed we need to hear from Jay on. But the general gist of the article at this point, until we can talk to Jay, is the CPC is comfortable with transferring over $532,000 and $532.14. The CPC has voted on this, and it was a unanimous vote, and the trust supported this as well. So I don't know what more I can give you until we talk to council and get some of these things ironed out. You know, it's a long warrant article. Hopefully some of these things will come off, but until we talk to council, we can't do anything further.
All right, Mark Purple is well aware that you need to talk to Jay, so he is going to facilitate that discussion over the next couple of days.
Thank you.
Obviously, that article has a lot to be approved, whatever. And I do hope you can make it a little bit more shorter, possibly, because again, we know that people come to town meeting. It's hard to digest something as long as this and really understand what it means. Okay, but you know, the good news is yes, finally, that this is happening. We've wanted this to happen for a long time. We've gone to a lot of effort to put people on the Affordable House Trust that understand this business, and it is a business of doing affordable housing. So certainly, this is good news, I think, for everybody that's on the Zoom. So good job, CPC, for.
Can I just add one other thing, Kathy? So the reason it's so long at this point is because we were hoping we could have just said, per such and such an agreement, but we had to memorialize it some way short of saying no to the article, which none of us wanted to do. We were supportive of doing this, and this was the only path that we could find without Jay to do this. So hopefully that will change, and the warrant article may change.
Okay. Anyone want to, Al, you want to make a comment? Anybody else want to make a comment as far as this article goes? It's definitely not ready to be voted on yet.
No, if the rest of the committee is happy, I'm happy.
Okay, Al's happy, we're happy. All right, so let me keep going with Select Board, then Andrew, I'll turn it over to you. Sam?
Oh, I agree with Al. I think the bottom line is we're going to get the money moved, which is a great thing. I think there's probably more language overhead than we need on this one. Hopefully Jay can clean some of that stuff up, but I think it's great to get this done. I'm fine with it.
Marguerite?
No questions.
AD? No?
I don't have anything to add that has not already been said.
All right. AP?
Yeah, I think just waiting for the final language, but yeah, I think it's really close. The one part on the sale of property funded by CPA, it talks about the money being credited back to the fund. And is that the trust fund with the same CPC restrictions as this money's or CPA restrictions that this money's going to have, or actually going back to CPA? I would rather the funds stay in the trust with the same restrictions that they would have had, just the money sitting there anyway. But I don't think it should go back to CPA and then have to come back in via a transfer after the
So
fact.
Andrew, that is CPA law. It's in the IGR from the Department of Revenue as well. That's just a requirement of the CPA funds. It has to come back in. I'm happy to forward you the IGR from the DOR that has that. I'll do that as soon as the meeting's over. Yeah.
I thought, Lisa,
It's
that
also on our
it didn't have
website.
to come back, that it could stay there, but obviously the Affordable House Trust has to account for it appropriately. They have to always know what piece of what's in the trust fund relates to original CPA money, which we already do already. So that's not correct?
No. So again, I think this is something that we've recently found out, Kathy, that it may not have been done correctly in the past. So, and Freddie, do you want to touch on this? I know you talked to Stuart about this, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe she's not. Okay.
And again, I don't want to spend a whole lot of time on this.
I don't have anything to add.
Okay.
It's supposedly it's the law. You have to do it. It's in addition to separate from your regular accounting. But Lisa has the actual references she can send you.
Yeah. And either that or it's on the CPC website as well, but I'd be happy to forward it.
I think I found it, Lisa. I think this is it. I think it refers to basically just for condos.
Hold on, Andrew. Let me see.
Again,
If
I'd
I...
have to look at, but I could be wrong.
You get Jay to confirm.
I would
whatever.
suggest this is a matter for Jay. That's what we pay him for.
So let me ask you this, Lisa and Al, what happens going forward? What happens next year? Is this going to be a standing article now going forward where everything above $100,000 gets moved over, or do we have to continue to have this conversation?
So I can tell you at and again, CPC members correct me, when we had a conversation with the trust, I don't think there's any intention of filing another application. Ellen, you were part of that meeting. Am I misrepresenting what the trust said during our discussion?
So this is a one-time article. I would say that no decision has been made about upcoming articles. So I know there is the sunset clause in this one for up to 2 years, but that doesn't say that the trust would or wouldn't come back next year with another article. But we wanted to start with a one-time transfer before, trying to start the conversation about ongoing transfers.
And Kathy, they can certainly fill out another application in August, for whatever monies are in there as well. And they'll just go through the process again. It has to be CPC, and Freddie, please correct me if I'm wrong. CPC has to have an article in order for it to be transferred over. Even if it's done every year, it still requires an article and an application.
Yeah, I agree
That's
with you. Jay says that, but he does say, I want to exaggerate. Many towns just have a standing article every year, and so it's easy. It's not as cumbersome as what we've had to do to get to this point. But okay, I just wondered if you had talked about future town meetings. Okay, Andrew, back to you. Anything else from advisories members?
Why don't I open it up if anybody has a question?
Howard said no. Larry? And Mr. Martell, I can't tell what you're doing because I can't see you.
I'm good, no questions.
All right, so moving on to the next project, which is the restoration of a old fire truck. Lisa?
Sorry, I apologize. I didn't realize I was muted. So the next project is was brought to us by the Southborough Firefighters Association. They had purchased a truck that the town of Southborough originally owned back in the 60s. This truck had actually gone into the fire, the Chelsea fire in Boston. The town sold it. It went through the process, and a private collector bought it. He sat with it, and he decided to get rid of it, and he approached the town again. So the Firefighters Association came forward with an application. This is another one that would require a grant agreement as well as an affidavit, but again, we need counsel to advise us on that. The CPC had some conditions attached to this as well, that in the event that the association folded or whatnot, that the town would get ownership of the vehicle, as well as there were questions on where it would be housed. And my understanding is that Chief Puttini has given a letter that it would be housed in the fire department. This would be used for parades, funerals. It would be available to the public, as well as people stop in the station. They bring their kids all the time now. It would be kind of the same thing. So CPC, this was not a unanimous vote.
What
Mr. Farrington.
was the vote? What was the vote, Lisa?
I think it was 5-1. I'm trying to remember 4-1 or 5-1, Kathy.
I believe
Mr.
it was
Farrington?
4-1.
4-1. Okay. Mr. Farrington was the dissenting vote on this?
And Mr. Farrington represents the Historic Commission on CPC, correct?
Correct.
And historical would have to vote that this is considered historic, and that happened, right?
Not
Yes, it did
according
happen.
to Kevin. It did happen, Grant?
I believe it did.
Kevin said no, Grant. I actually talked to him this week. He
Oh,
said
okay.
Oh,
My apologies.
okay. So Andrew, we'll start with anything else, Lisa, you want to add to that before we start?
No, again, their presentation is also they did a really nice presentation within their application, going back, showing historical pictures and, historical fire, not historical, but historic to the town, firefighters in town on the website. So I would just suggest you look at that too.
And the cost of this is how much?
The 300,000, and we put a $30,000 contingency fee. They've also acquired another older fire truck, so they should be able to use that for some of the parts as well, which should make it a little bit easier.
Okay, and I believe we collect about $510,000 every year between the real estate tax collection, the 1% surtax, and the state match, if I am correct, or something close to that. So I understand that it's written to go back and pick up some old money, not necessarily what's coming, but it's still, if you looked at what we're about to collect in 1 year, you are recommending that 60% of a year's worth of collection be spent on this, correct?
Correct. And again, Kathy, it was about meeting the requirements and whether there was some level of support to bring it to town meeting. Go ahead, Kristen, sorry.
Well, no, I just think that's an important point of clarification, maybe not for those on this particular call, but for anyone in the public that may be listening. Like I mean, Lisa or anyone else, I'll let you opine, but it's not just about our personal opinions. It's more so, if anything, first and foremost, does that project meet CPA guidelines? I think that's our first, charge. And then certainly personal opinions will come in, but ultimately it's should we be giving this to the town to make their own decision on whether or not they support this project, not necessarily our own personal preferences? And I invite anyone to correct me on that, but I think it's a very important point to distinguish.
All right, AP, you guys can start.
I looked at this. I've seen the truck. I even I read the pricing is basically between 100,000 and 350,000 from whoever the fire truck restoration experts are, right? And I think what they have in here is a full restoration, the pump working, at soup to nuts. I like the idea, but I think I'd be more reducing the cost of it to 100 or 110 with some contingencies or something like that. I think would be more in line with my thinking. I think we don't need another working fire truck. In my mind, we need a parade vehicle. We need something that can go 5 miles an hour and, get down for Heritage Day and a couple times a year, put Santa on it or something. But I think, this, what is asked for and what has been proposed from the dollar amount is a full on restoration, which I just don't think it's worth the full money there.
And Andrew, I would be happy to, unfortunately, with Ben not being here and everything, I was hoping that Mr. Kendall could have been here to answer some of these questions for you. He did a great job at our meetings. I would suggest a conversation with him, Andrew.
Yeah.
Might warrant, or maybe not change your mind, but at least give you some more thoughts on why they came up with this cost and why to them it's worthy to come forward.
Yeah, and I think I have a hard, I understand that this is a Southborough truck and there's a piece to that, but I've also looked on Facebook Marketplace and we can buy an already running historic fire truck from the 1930s for 15, 20 grand, right? People collect them and they're not terribly expensive because municipalities get rid of them. So I mean, it's basically the nostalgic factor of it being a Southborough one. To me, that has more value than just having a regular fire truck. Obviously, we couldn't use CPA funds for that, but I just have a hard time using up a good chunk or our almost entire annual CPA fund for something that I think is a little bit more than what we need.
And to me, that is the crux of the question here. So Lisa, I was at your meeting where Mr. Kendall came. Andrew Dennington was there too. We were there for something else, but we heard it. He gave a great presentation. Totally, it was beautifully accepted. I just personally don't think this is a CPA type expenditure. I believe it's one that there should be a fundraiser for it. Firemen are very popular in this town, just like we raised money for the ladder truck 10 years ago, 15 years ago. So it's not that I don't support having an antique truck to do certain things, parades, etc., funerals. I just don't think it is the best use of CPA money. But I'm going to stop right there because I'm going to come back at the end and talk a little bit more about that. Okay, Andrew, keep going with advisory.
Yeah. So, Tim, anything?
I agree with you. I would also add that the more it's restored, the more it has to be maintained. The more expensive the maintenance costs will be over time. So it gives me pause.
So can I add to that? So one of the things built into the application is that the maintenance and the upkeep of the truck and the insurance are going to be funded through the Firefighters Association. Just to throw that out there for more information.
So, but the truck would be town property, right? They would turn the truck over?
Only in the event that the Firefighters Association does not exist any further. They will own the fire truck. That's why there would be a grant agreement required on this. And that's, again, why we need to talk to Jay. This is not owned by the municipality, so they would require a grant agreement.
The association is a separate entity, so I don't know why, Lisa, you think that you wouldn't do an agreement with this one. Because the reason you can't do it with CPC is part of the town. This is not part of the town, so I would think you could do an agreement with this one, but let Jay weigh in on that one. But the association is going to have title to it, do the insurance, etc., and we don't get the truck unless something happens to the association.
Correct. And Kathy, the grant agreement on this, we know, but we need access to Jay to craft the grant agreement. And that's why it's specifically in the article, because obviously if that doesn't happen, then on any of these articles, if we can't reach some form of agreement on these, then it could potentially create an issue for town meeting.
Okay. Andrew?
And the other question, Lisa, I don't know, for Jay is if I also am a proponent of let town meeting decide for a lot of CPA things. Could this be amended at town meeting to a lower dollar threshold, or because it wasn't on the application that you voted on, then it's not allowed? I'm not sure if there's a mechanism to allow that, like, optionality of full restoration, partial restoration, and let the town decide at town meeting kind of. I don't know if there's a path forward to try to do something like that.
When we meet with him, I'll ask him that, Andrew, and
Okay.
I'll get you that answer.
Perfect.
Absolutely.
I just want to advocate my support for that type of option. Like, I don't know if it's up to any of us to, people have different values, right? In terms of historic preservation. Is it just an old truck, or is it an old truck that has something to do with Southborough? Again, we're all going to have different opinions. I do like the idea of options though, and getting ahead of the amendments if we can, because that takes so much longer. So I guess I just wanted to echo my support for that opinion.
So sounds like another question for Jay, Lisa, when you talk to him, as far as what you can.
And Howard, anything?
I'm glad to hear everyone's opinion, because I shared when I first read this, I said, hey, that's a really neat project, but why are we paying for it? I think this is more of a project, in my opinion, that belongs in private hands, paid for, and it was in the collector's hands. However, as Ms. LaFalle said, this is up to the town, so bringing it to them. But on that, I'm pretty much in agreement with what's been said already, so I'll stop there.
And Larry?
Yeah, I actually, Howard said a lot of what I've been thinking, or some things similar to what I've been thinking. I agree with AP that spending 300,000, a good chunk of these CPA funds for something like this, and it seems like a really cool project. I mean, restoring old machinery is always fun and exciting, but do we really want to spend that kind of chunk of the CPA funds to do that? And honestly, I'm concerned with a broader sort of marketing issue here. I realize that these funds are not related to the issues we have with tax rates and things like that. But from a pure marketing point of view, putting something on the warrant that says we're going to spend $330,000 on an old fire truck seems to send a difficult message, given the overall issues we have in the town with spending money right now. And I think that we would need to approach this very carefully, just in terms of pushback. Because, it's not going to be obvious to everybody right off the bat that this isn't the town trying to spend money. And that's a big issue. So that's another one of my concerns.
What that is that it for advisory, AP?
Yep, we're good.
Okay, so Sam?
Yeah, interesting project. I've actually followed the conversations at CPC about this. I've seen the presentation. Bottom line, I agree with some of the concerns that have been expressed. I think there are higher priority places to put this money. So personally, I'm not supportive of it. On the other hand, I'm fine with sending it to town meeting and seeing what the voters think. Thanks.
Al?
I agree with the sentiments here. I think the optics are terrible when we're asking for major tax increases. And I think there are higher priorities. Yeah, I will point out that I think that regardless, this project should be put on the available for July 1 start category, and the town common railings should be put on the use existing funds that already exist list.
Lisa, can you take that up with CPC and see what the...
Yep, we're meeting on the 17th, Kathy. So again, we wanted to leave time to get these things worked out with Jay that we need to.
You're running out
I
of
know,
time, but you know that, right? We signed this on the 18th. Okay, so
well, if we can get Jay to talk to us sooner, Kathy, then
we're
that's a
going to
lot
get Jay to
sooner.
talk to you. I promise you.
Can I just add one other thing? Because it's been mentioned twice about higher priority things. CPC every year has a forum. CPC repeatedly asks people, if you know of projects that are forthcoming, we can't do a forecast in any way without knowing what project or what might be in the pipeline for somebody. So I'm just putting an appeal out that if anyone watching or anyone on any of these boards that are here, advisory or select board, know of a future project, let us know. I mean, certainly it would help us as we go forward as well. So
I'm going to give you one in a minute, but let me just add to that before I give this to Marguerite. I hear you, but still doesn't mean just because you don't have a project that you should spend it just because there's nothing else there. So let me just say that, and then Marguerite, go ahead.
I can appreciate wanting to do the fire truck, but again, I think the optics are not very good when some people are concerned that they can stay in town or not because of what the real estate taxes are. That's the only thing. So again, as Kristen said, the town meeting will decide, and CPC puts it forward saying, we think that this is something town meeting should decide, not that you all support it necessarily.
Okay, so go
Yeah,
ahead.
there is a Nathan's iPad. I'm not sure if that's Nate Kendall, and you want to come over. Raise
Okay,
your hand.
I wanted to listen, finish discussion first. Andrew, AD?
I don't have anything that has not already been said.
All right, let me wrap this up and then we can bring Nathan over. And actually, I'd like to hear from Grant too, since he was the one voting opposition as far as what his view is. So where's Kristen? There she is. So there is one project that I know Rec Commission is very much in support of or wanting to bring forward soon, maybe in the fall, and that is a new turf field. Maybe at Choke, maybe someplace else, but a turf field. We believe that that field may cost $3 million. We believe a significant portion of it can be paid by CPA funds. I know there's a difference in opinion as to what the number is, but call it $1.5 million.
Kathy, I'm just going to interject. We've gotten recent news out of a court decision involving, I can't think of the town, but basically now our chance of CPC funds to fund any of that is off the table. So we are revisiting that entire strategy, because without CPC funding, obviously we're looking at a fundraising effort that's huge. So I don't mean to interrupt, and I just want to say
what I'm saying is irrelevant. You know, Emily Attella, never mind. Okay, but what Larry said a minute ago, I think is really important. It's going to be lost on a lot of people at town meeting that this funding is not increasing the tax levy for fiscal year 26. It's already money that's got to be raised. It's 1% roughly of what you're paying. So therefore, it's not actually increasing your tax levy. That's not going to be apparent to everyone. Right now, we think our year-over-year increase in taxes to the average house is in the high sevens. We're going to talk about that next with advisory, but it's high. It's higher than inflation. It's just high. So to add this on top of that, I do think the optics for this aren't good. I've got a person I know well that has one of these old fire trucks that he lets the town he lives in use, and it breaks down all the time. He spends a lot of money on it. It even broke down in a parade one time, embarrassingly. So I just think that there are other things that we have to do that we could use CPA money for, and that this one, I believe that that the Firemen Association, they're very popular, right? I think that they will raise this money just like we got the money raised for the ladder truck years ago, which was a lot more money than this. I just think it's one, CPC wants to vote to lower this and contribute something toward it. I would support that kind of compromise, but to spend 60% of what we're going to collect in a year on this, I just don't think is appropriate.
Can I add just one point, Kathy? So, and I know everybody knows this. So when CPA was created, it was to fund those projects that are typically outside of a budgetary item for the town. So, I mean, I look at some of the things that CPA's funded in the past, the townhouse and the library, which are very important things. It's important things to all of us. It has huge meaning to all of us. But I know there were people that said at the time that, well, that wasn't what CPA necessarily was created for. So again, I'm not disagreeing with anything everyone said. I'm just throwing another thought out there from things I've heard from people as well. And it's about, that comment goes with CPC projects as a whole. not just, you know, this specific project or anyone that's come before us this year or even last year, but I just wanted to throw that out there.
Well, you're
I had
right. Several people think that, so it's definitely a philosophy that warrants discussion. So no doubt.
I had a question, Kathy, if I can do it. The old burial ground is in serious need of attention for the stones, and I wondered, Grant, is historical interested in putting anything forward for that?
We haven't discussed it specifically in terms of a CPA application, but I know that we are interested in kind of restoration or preservation there. I know there's been I've heard that there's been discussions, I believe, about a potential cemetery commission forming. So I don't know if that could potentially kind of address some of those issues, but yeah, it's kind of a perpetual concern that we've had. There's been a lot of trees that have fallen there and are in bad condition, and damaging gravestones, that kind of thing. So, but we haven't discussed specifically putting in an application.
So, Grant, can you explain the basis for your opposition to this?
Yeah, sure. I think a lot of it's been kind of covered by what you said, Kathy, as well as what Howard said earlier. For me, I have no doubt that this, is historic to the town. The requirement for CPA is that not just that it's historic, but obviously that it's historic to Southborough. And for there, I don't have any question. It served, I believe it was 1966 or 7. It only served in Southborough until it was decommissioned in the early 2000s, I believe. For me, yes, the cost is definitely a concern. As we discussed, the historic bucket is really maxed out. And so this is really coming from the general, the 65% that can be used for any of the purposes. And just the scale of it was, I question that. The other thing for me, well, I have a couple other things. One of the things I was concerned about and still am are we have to abide by the regulations, which is known as the Anti-Aid Amendment, which is essentially prevents the use of public funds for private use or primarily private use. And for me, I have a lack of concern about what essentially the public benefit that the town is getting out of this. Obviously, there, it was discussed that there would be access to parades and perhaps children visiting the truck, that kind of thing. But in the meantime, the way I view it is essentially we're giving the association $300,000 in value, and I don't know what the monetary figure that this town is getting in return, but I think that exceeds what the town is really getting for it. And then going to public access, it could be that could be kind of hammered out in a grant agreement, but right now there's nothing to guarantee public access, right? This is a private association. They could take the money and drive the truck into storage, and that could be it essentially. Also, there's discussion about essentially the truck being conveyed to the town in the event that the association dissolves. But for me, I would really be interested in just a conveyance to the town, up front, and I had conveyed that in our meetings. For me, it remaining in private hands for the amount of investment is really concerning. And I think that kind of gets to the fundraising aspect on it, that, if the association had kind of put together a fundraising appeal to really help out with, offsetting the cost of the taxpayers, and that would be one thing, but that hasn't happened. And instead, they're just essentially requesting the maximum amount to do a full restoration on it. So those are a few of the concerns that I brought up during the process.
Thank you, Grant. I think it's important to emphasize what he said was appropriate all the way through, but specifically, the historic bucket is overdrawn. We spent a lot of money on historic stuff. We spent a lot of money on open space. Where we haven't spent money, and we all know this on this Zoom, is housing, affordable housing. So by spending this, that takes another $300,000 that we could move over to a affordable housing project. So for all these reasons, I just think that this is a really, really bad idea, at least at the level of the amount that's being proposed. Okay, so let's bring over, I'm assuming, I don't know who Nathan's iPad is, but Andrew Pfaff thinks that is Nathan Kendall. Is that right?
Kathy, if I can just add, if it is Nate, that it was a mistake on CPC's part in not inviting Nate to come tonight. Again, I had thought that it was taken care of, and so did the other person. So this is no fault of Nate that he wasn't here or wasn't invited tonight. I just want to be clear on that.
But he's here, so looks like.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Yeah, so I'm not surprised.
Nate, actually introduce yourself. We can't see
sorry.
you. Everybody knows who you
Yeah,
are.
Nathan Kendall, Southport firefighter, president of the Southport Firefighters Association. 26 Breakneck Hill Road. So yeah, the cost was always kind of a concern for me. I kind of knew people were going to get a little nervous, especially with everything going on in the past couple months. I guess to help with some other people, it is a pretty accurate estimate. There's the town of Medway is doing a very similar project to this. They have a very similar fire truck, same condition, doing the same exact work. And just 4 years ago, they were approved through CPA funds up to $295,000. The gentleman that's doing the work to their truck is going to be the same company that's going to be doing the work to our truck. So the quotes are pretty accurate. We have looked at other projects that are in the area. Ashland is doing a truck. They're doing a cosmetic one. The pump isn't getting rebuilt on that one, mainly cosmetic, some body work. They're doing it for about $180,000. Stoughton has a project for about $170,000. So this isn't something new that's going on. This is something a lot of towns have been doing, trying to preserve their old trucks. Nobody's going to collect the new ones. They're all kind of boxy. They're bricks. The old ones are the ones that remind everybody of the heyday of the firefighting, the open cabs, before there was rules, before you had to wear your seatbelt and whatnot. So there's just a lot of fire departments that are trying to save these now. As for the cost, I think we might have some time to call up the vendor, try to see if there's some other ways to bring down the price. I know we shot for the moon because that was actually the original idea back when we met with Grant and Kevin about a year ago, was to just ask for everything all at once and see how it goes. So that's pretty much what we're doing. So I think we got some time to work on the numbers, try to figure out if we can get it down a little bit lower. Maybe an option to split it up between this year and next year and come back to do some other work. They may still have the truck when that all happens. The process of doing the truck over doesn't take a couple months. It's usually about a year. So that might be an option. I don't know what
Nathan,
everybody's thinking.
What about spending a year fundraising and then coming back and saying, this is what we did, this is what we raised, and this is where we're short?
So that's also an option. We can do that. We do fundraising right now. The association is the one who sells the Christmas trees. We don't really get too much from that. We're usually only getting about $6,000 to $7,000 in funds from that. And then we're also turning around. We're also funding scholarships for kids every year. We're funding. We give money to people in times of need. Fundraising when people are doing running the marathon. We've given money for that this year already. So a lot of the funds that we get are going right back out the door to support other organizations and whatnot. But we can definitely think about that. It was trying to get that much funds just seemed like a very hard thing to do with a short amount of time when we set our deadline as the tricentennial celebration. So I guess that's why we came to CPC first, to see if we could get the funds allocated so we can get the project done by that deadline.
All right, Mr. Hamilton.
Actually, this is a question for Nate, who I know from many years ago. What was the date that this truck went out of service for the town? I think somebody said it was in the early 2000s.
So it was the late 90s, 1997. I believe 1997 it went up for sale, and I think it was 1998 it was actually sold privately through the department.
All right, so that actually, I was on the capital budget committee shortly thereafter, and I remember people talking about old fire trucks, but this isn't one of the ones we disposed of under my watch. So, thank you. But by the way, I think all of the things that you've identified as uses of funds by the association are a higher priority than repairing this truck. But that's your business, not ours.
Thank you.
All right. Anybody else have any questions for Nate while he's here?
Yeah, Kathy, Nate, one question I had is the other towns that were doing it, were the towns doing it or a private entity?
It was the municipalities.
Okay, that would be an
Actually,
interesting
take that
one
back.
to go back to.
The only one that wasn't municipality was Ashland. That was the Ashland Firefighter Association.
Because I believe that, and Carla could keep me honest, that if it is a private entity, the procurement laws, prevailing wage laws do not apply. So in theory, hopefully it would be a little bit less expensive. So I'm just trying to, if we're using other municipalities as a cost basis, they might be inflated because they have to follow prevailing wage versus a private entity.
Yeah, and just a correction, it was Stoughton was also was not the municipality; it was a private entity. But that was actually kind of our driving factor to keep the truck, the property of the Southborough Firefighter Association, was to kind of forego the bid process, find the right person to do the job, and also to avoid the prevailing wage, the wage stuff.
Yes, at all cost. Anybody else have any questions for Nate? We're about 50 minutes behind right now. Okay, so thank you, Nate, for coming. You are much appreciated. I hope
Thank you.
don't think otherwise, and we will see where this goes.
Awesome, thank you.
Okay.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. I will work with Mark on getting you connected with Jay.
Thank you.
You heard lots of support for the first two, and the opposite for the third one. So I would ask that you take that into account when you meet again.
Okay.
Again, it's no meeting that's going to decide this, but I think you've got a pretty good representation of what you might hear at town meeting.
Okay, wonderful. Kathy, thank you. Thank you, advisory, for having us.
Thank you.
Do I have a motion to adjourn?
Thank you, guys.
I move to adjourn the meeting of the Community Preservation Committee at 8:22 p.m.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, I'll do a roll call real quick, Kathy, and then we'll be out of here. Grant?
Yes.
Ellen?
Yes.
Brett?
Yes.
Claire?
Yes.
Me? Yes. Did I miss anybody?
Kristen, yes.
Kristen, I'm sorry, your picture wasn't on the screen. All right, thank you. Kathy, appreciate it. Everyone have a great night.
Hey, Kristen, can you send me the court case info on
Yes,
Turfield?
yes, I will.
Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, good night, everybody.
Good night.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, so now to the main attraction. Okay, so Andrew, how do you want to handle this? As you know, select boards have voted on a lot of stuff, not the substantive stuff. Do you want to start with the budget and then go from there?
Yeah, why don't we just do an overview? I'm not sure if everybody's caught up on the rev cap, but where are we at today? What's changed? I do want to spend a little bit of time talking about the financial analyst, budget analyst position to see if we want to add it back in or not. But that's start with that.
All right, you want to, where's Brian? Let's bring him over. So can you bring Brian over?
It's his phone, so I'm not sure he's going to be able to.
All right, so if that doesn't work, then one of us will do it.
You
And
should have
Kathy, I would
audio.
just say you want to demote me and Freddie and Claire.
Who's talking, Kristen?
Yeah, we just got to move him back
Doing
to
that
attendance.
All right. So Brian, are you on your phone? It looks like, obviously it says phone.
I'm on my phone, yes, so I can get audio.
Okay. All right. So Brian, you want to lead us through where we are tonight as far as the projected year-over-year increase, and let's go through kind of the important parts of it.
Sure. So after that Saturday budget meeting, we were at about 8.9%, I think. And it's down to 7.69% year over year right now. There's quite a bit of tweaks that happened in between that Saturday meeting and this meeting. some capital, some just benefit wise, just small things. There's been a bunch of things. As everyone knows, this is kind of a living document at this time. It's a little frustrating because every day it changes a little bit, it seems. But we did get it down, like I said, 1.3% or so. Not as much as we wanted to, but good. At this point, my opinion is that there's only a few things left to tweak. It could be benefits, and we won't know that. Hopefully, we'll know that by town meeting. I'm not having any hope that it will come down further, but it could. So that may happen. We may have an adjustment there. We know the school's budget has been, been looked at by the school committee and the team there. They're doing a great job of going back and trying to scrub their numbers.
Let's pause for a second because we've got a quorum of the K-8 school committee in the audience. So let's bring over Chelsea so that she can call that meeting to order, and then we can put her back, and then they can raise their hands when they want to make a comment as far as the discussion on the school piece of the budget. Chelsea, let us know when you're here.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for having us. I'm going to call the Southborough School Committee K-8 meeting to order at 8:26.
Thank you. So you're welcome to stay, Chelsea. I will put you back, and then just raise your hand when you want to make a comment. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, we just have some specific things to talk to you about related to our year-over-year budget. So let me know when, after you're done with your overview, if you want me to get into that.
Why don't we just?
So why don't you just stay, and then you can do that as soon as we finish the overview. Okay. Is that okay, AP?
Yeah, or jump into it now. I mean, I don't. It's going to affect what we're doing anyway. So.
Okay, so fine with me. So Chelsea, you're on.
Okay, and if you want to bring Greg over, so that if he has anything to add.
Bring Becky over too, so bring them both over.
Okay, thank you.
And then in the audience is no one else.
You should have Roger and Kamali, I think.
Well, maybe they're on the way over. I just don't see them in the audience anymore.
Okay, they are.
I'm already here, I think.
Hey, Roger. Okay.
Okay, so the school committee met last Thursday to talk through a menu of options in order to decrease our year-over-year increase to the K-8 budget. And then there was one other item outside of the K-8 budget that would impact the overall budget. So we were in agreement that we will take it, and we will take an official vote on this tomorrow night to move K-8 cafeteria worker benefits from the town budget to a revolving account for cafeteria. So that will not increase the K-8 year-to-year budget, but it will decrease the overall town budget because that's where the benefits live. So we'll take an official position on that. That's about 70,000. In addition,
what are you going to fund the revolving fund with?
So right now we get funds from the state for our free lunch program. So for this year, we have enough to fund those benefits for FY26. Historically, we have not had the funds to pay for that because pre-COVID, we did not have the free lunch program, and our numbers have increased significantly since 2020.
So once you use the money to pay for the cost of providing lunches, right, to everyone, you've got money left over.
Well, it's more than just providing, it's their salaries and it's capital for cafeteria as well, plus benefits. So it's really 4 general buckets.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's an FY26 thing. Not sure how that's going to pan out for FY27 because we're doing some tweaking with our cafeteria options. So more to come on that, but at least for this year's budget, that's one of the items that the school committee agreed to do. And we will vote on that tomorrow night. It won't impact our budget though. It's coming out of the revolving account.
It's coming out of the benefits account.
Coming out of the benefits account on the town side to a revolving account.
Yeah. Okay.
Second thing that we talked about is our science curriculum. It's 15,000. It's for middle school. we feel it's okay to wait one more year to implement that. We can get some work done in the interim. We do have curriculum that we do follow, and this we can delay a year. So not a lot of money, but we'll wait one more year to implement that. The next item that we talked about is really why the school committee wanted to come before you this evening. It's to talk about an ELD position, English language position that we wanted to reallocate from another position for FY26. So it's not really a net new position, but it's new to the district. And what happened this year is we had an influx of students who needed some extra support for English language learners. And we're continuing to see that as an increase in our K-8 population. And unfortunately, we do not know prior to the school year starting when those numbers increase. So what Greg and team have worked on is doing a caseload for FY26, which means it's not a school-based staff, it's a caseload based. So you could have an English language teacher switch from Finn to Woodward throughout the day, which we don't do today, and try to accommodate all the loads that we have for those students. The concern that the school committee has, though, is where we've seen an increase in that population year over year. We don't want to be shorthanded in that area. However, we understand the constraints that are happening with the FY26 budget, and we do want to be good partners with the town. So our request to you this evening is that if we were to take that position out, which would be $82,000 out of the school committee budget, as well as a benefits package on the town side, that if we run into an issue in the fall where we are over capacity with our caseload, that advisory and select board would be willing to work with us to be able to fund that position within the FY26 if the benefits numbers come down, or if there's some other interdepartmental transfer that we could do to accommodate that population. That is not a population that we would want to underserve, but it's not a position that we want to put into place and then not need to fully utilize. So that's our proposal for the budget.
Brian, can you speak to what the choices would be if they did need this put back in? Obviously, advisory could deal with it as a reserve fund transfer, but what other choice would we have to be able to accommodate this request if it came to fruition?
We could always use a year-end transfer, which obviously we have as an option. With the understanding that we'll find the money in existing accounts as a funding source. So it's probably not a huge amount of money to find, but we just have to be aware ahead of time that we could do that.
Chelsea, would we know, or maybe this is for Greg, would we know like around the start of school, like how many kids would need that? Like at one point in time, I'm just thinking that maybe like a fall town meeting, if we knew at that point in time that we would need it, we could ask for it then, or something like that.
I'll let Greg answer that, just in case I'm wrong.
Chelsea. So we obviously in August, when most families enroll students, and also with preschool screening, we'd have an indication of if our projections are accurate. We are assuming an increase, but again, the numbers can be volatile in the area of multilingual learners, and we are required by law to provide these services. So it's not as if we can choose not to. Our current estimates indicate that, as Chelsea indicated, we can meet the requirement with current staffing, but if things change, increased enrollment, then we won't be able to meet the legal obligation.
Okay. So you hopefully would know in the fall after August, beginning of September.
Yes.
Oh. Okay, Andrew, you want to start with this?
Well,
Is it,
Chelsea got his hand up, so why don't we let Al go?
Okay, so does Howard.
Howard is after Al, though.
Chelsea, that you're finished as far as what you want us to know?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Okay, Al. You're
on
muted.
mute now.
The schools have traditionally not availed themselves of reserve fund transfers, but certainly the K-8 system is perfectly it's perfectly appropriate if you have a truly unexpected expense to do it. I think the prudent thing to do would be to give Andrew an idea of how much of what the upper bound of that requirement would be, so that he can be mindful of that as he goes forward. I will note that we are putting a few new requirements this year on the reserve fund, including possibly backstopping some of our insurance deductibles. So I think it's imperative that Andrew and the advisory committee have knowledge of, the potential requests as soon as possible.
So the salary that we would be taking out of the FY26 budget would be 82,000.
So that would be the upper band. So Al, you're right. The school has not availed itself of the reserve fund traditionally, but it did last year with the mold remediation at Finn. And the reason they finally had to do this is because they used to have a lot of more money come into their rent revolving account when SEDP was a separate entity, and they don't anymore. So that account is much lower. So they don't have that fund to be able to use to fix things in buildings. So that's why they had to reach out to us for that one time. So this may occur again because the rent is not expected to go up, as far as I know.
And Howard, did you have something?
I did, thanks. Actually, one was just answered, but if it's $82,000, and I always appreciate the trying to save, how much is that over the overall budget?
So we would go from
250 is 1%.
7.56 to
0.33 is that's 0.33% of their budget.
0.33%. All right, so it's more than I thought it was going to be. I thought it would be a lower percentage.
Yeah, so it's
0.33. I'm not saying that. I'm saying 0.33. So
15 basis points.
Yeah. All right. It's a little more significant, but I was going to say, is it really worth taking it out if it's that small?
I would say if right now we're anticipating that we would be okay, right, and it would be a surprise or an emergency. I think again, if we know in September and we know that we're going to need it and we have the ability to do it in a fall town meeting, my preference is instead of hitting reserve fund, I always like the town to vote on it. But I would say take it out, and then I think we can find the 82 if we need to.
My other idea, of course, I think Kathy just answered, is what revolving funds like the extent the SEDP money, could that be used to cover it afterwards? But apparently not. So I remember that count was a lot flusher. So
yeah, and I'll just comment on any revolving account like SCDP or cafeteria needs to be spent on that purpose. So either back to the programs, it can't be used for funding staffing outside of the intended receipts.
Okay, thank you.
Who's making, Andrew, are you making the changes as we go?
Yeah.
Okay, so the 7.4 reflects all three things that Chelsea mentioned?
Just the benefits and the 82 on the school.
So you can take another 15 out.
Yeah.
Which will help, not much.
What was the 15 for?
That was for the science curriculum.
Okay.
And I don't know if Brian had already worked with Becky on taking out the cafeteria workers' benefits or not.
I did not. Okay.
Okay. So Becky, does that 25.1 number sound remotely accurate?
Yeah, I have, I can actually I can tell you what our final budget number is. I have that right in front of me if that's helpful.
That'd be great.
So I have 25,112,786.
There we go. Perfect.
Scroll back up, Andrew. Let's see what the 7 looks like now.
740, the same. It's probably 12,000 difference.
Okay.
Just want to note that both Sam and Greg Martineau have their hands raised.
Okay, Sam Stivers.
Yes, a quick question. I've not heard about transportation in a while. Do we have that number now nailed down and from your rebidding of the transportation process?
Yes, the budget number that Becky will share has the increased cost for transportation. So that is most likely the number the school committee will be voting tomorrow evening. So after tomorrow evening, we'll have a fixed number, I believe.
What's the current estimate of the percentage increase over last year?
40%, Becky?
Yes, and then we did have some adults that for technology that were applied. So overall, it was about a 53% increase
Okay.
with
thanks.
those.
All right, who else has their hands up? Greg?
Yeah, just one question too. So in addition to the cafeteria employees, we also fund healthcare costs for SEDP employees, and I'm not sure if that has been accounted for as well. And that's approximately $85,000.
Okay, so by that you mean the
Benefit
SEDP, so the SEDP revolving fund doesn't fund that?
Yes, it funds the healthcare benefits.
Okay, so the
yeah,
question is whether
SEDP
we've got it
employees.
in this number or not?
Correct.
Okay, so Brian, do you know whether you've got the SEDP employees taken out of your
Yeah,
benefit budget?
I'll have to go back and look. I'll work with Becky on that just to make sure we're on the same page.
Yeah,
All
so
right, so-
Brian, I think it's in theory would be the kitchen, the SEDP, and then the one language resource, right? That would be taken out of benefits.
Yeah. Yeah, but it depends, of course, on the SCDP, who takes benefits and at what level. So we just have to know that.
All right, so that might get a little bit more of it. So Greg, while you're here, okay, so Chelsea, you guys are voting tomorrow night, is that right?
Yes,
Okay, and you expect to vote on the number Becky just gave us?
yes.
Okay, and then Greg, where does Algonquin stand as far as finalizing their number, and when are they going to vote?
Sure. So we are presenting a recommended budget to the regional school committee Thursday evening. The recommended budget is a 6.2% increase that, as you know, the regional budget includes all of the benefits and insurance costs. And at the last meeting, the regional school committee did agree to reduce the number of capital projects it will be assessing Northborough and Southborough. So the only capital assessment that they're moving forward with is fixing a portion of the roof at Algonquin, which is approximately $172,000. So our estimates is that it will reduce Southborough's assessment approximately by $80,000, Becky.
So Becky, do you have those two numbers handy just to plug in the most recent, or does what we have here, the 9479 and the 585, still hold true?
So then the non-exempt is 9485293. That's for the operational.
Great, okay.
And then for capital and debt, that would be $585,015.
Yeah, I think we plugged some estimates in.
Yeah,
It's a little change, how much?
All right, so that didn't help.
A little.
A little bit, but not a
All
lot.
right, so Greg, that vote is on Thursday night of these two numbers, right?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So school people who are here, anything else? Anybody want to say? Kamali, Roger? No? Okay, Roger's not raising his hand. No, here he comes.
Shaking his head, he's good.
No from Roger.
Kamali, are you still here?
Yeah.
There she is. There she is. She's raised her hand. Hello.
Oh, you can't hear you. Sorry.
Yeah, so we can't hear you, Kamali, but it doesn't look
Thumbs up if you're good.
I don't think she can hear us either.
Kathy, how certain are we that we're gonna have a fall town meeting? Do you know?
Pretty darn certain, Chelsea. There's some pretty big things
Okay.
with fall town meeting, so I would definitely put my money on it.
Okay, and I don't think that school committee will have an issue with going to fall town meeting for this position if needed. I think our only ask would be that we be able to float that somehow either in our current budget or if we can't for September, October until we get to fall town meeting.
I'm good, Chelsea, and the rest of the committee. I'm fine, thank you.
Thanks, Kamali.
So Chelsea, you would be able to do that.
Okay. All right. Yep.
Okay, Brian, anything you want to ask of the school folks before they?
No, I think I'm good with the school folks. They've done a great job, by the way.
Oh, I totally agree. It looks like they've done everything they can to scrub this budget, as always. They always do, but especially effort this year. Okay, thank you, Chelsea. Thank you, Roger. Thank you, Kamali. Thank you, Greg. Thank you, Becky.
Thank you. I move that we adjourn at 8:46. Is there a second?
I'll second.
All right, Roger,
Aye.
Kamali,
Aye.
and Chelsea's aye. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Good night, everyone.
Good night. Okay, so Brian, back to you as far as anything else. I think what you should do, Brian, is stay on this one and let's just go through the things that are important for everybody to understand. Because remember, Tim Martell wasn't there on the 8th. Anybody else from advisory that's here tonight, Andrew, that wasn't there on the 8th?
No.
Okay, so I think what you've got in purple in column F, you ought to emphasize each one of those.
Yeah,
So
so we, oh, sorry.
Go ahead, Greg.
No, I just was gonna say, so we obviously have moved some capital around. And we're gonna talk about, I think Kathy can correct me, with the cruisers especially. But all the other boards or departments that have been pushed out or alterated have agreed to these changes. So yes, we have put some capital to next year, but for good reason, and we've taken some and lowered it a bit also with the departmental approvals. So we started, I think when we left Saturday, it was probably, we started with a 9% year-over-year increase, and so we've come down quite a bit from that. We did lower some budget articles too, again, benefits. We had some leases that came in that for DPW equipment that lowered some costs. So there's been quite a few areas that we've hit. But I think tonight I wanted to just emphasize that the areas that are going to change from now in the next 5 weeks or 4 weeks are probably pretty limited. We'll get the school numbers finalized. And I'm not sure we're going to have any updates to local aid. That'll come later. We may get a benefits update, and it's pretty much, and again, obviously the board and committees tonight can do what they want, but it looks like police might still be a talking point. I know Andrew wants to talk about that financial analyst, and
We need to talk about the senior center.
yeah, and that was going to be my next one. The senior center, I've heard, I'm not sure how much Kathy's heard, but I've certainly heard some feedback on that as far as the 12,000 for the several hours for the senior center. So I think we're going to have a discussion on that. But only other thing is, me and Mark have designated free cash to several capital items and some budget articles. I don't think it's controversial. Pretty much just allows us to move ahead with certain funding immediately once town meeting's done. It's about $800,000. Unless anyone has a bugaboo about that, I think it's pretty straightforward. But feel free to tell us if that's not accurate. Just trying to remember if there's anything else I've missed. Again, this does have an estimated impact on the new contractual, items for the police, fire, communications, contracts this year, as well as DPW. So those still are not quite all done yet, but a last comment I'll make is the levy capacity is about 1.4 million, which is good. If you remember, we actually started in a negative. So yes, it's gone down from 4.4 to 3.6 to 1.3 or 1.4. But
We're at 1.5 now, Brian.
1.5. I'm sorry, Andrew. You're right with your corrections or your updates. So yeah, we're headed in the right direction. I know it's not a good year, but
And Brian, can you, I mean, once you do the benefit update that we talked about tonight and whatever else, can you do a FY27 outlook on levy capacity?
yes, I'll scare everyone by doing that.
Because I know a lot of like resources starting half year and, you know, some of that kind of stuff.
Yep.
Okay, so let's go back to the operational budget sheet and let's go through each one of these one at a time, make sure everybody is either okay or not okay.
You can all see the spreadsheet, okay? Or do I need to zoom in?
If it was a little bit bigger, it would definitely help me.
Zoom would help. I have a really big monitor, so it doesn't show up on other people's screens quite right.
Okay, so let's start with the first one, which is Andrew Pfaff had made a request earlier to get some help for advisory committee and for Brian, for Carla, etc. So Andrew, you want to describe what you're specifically looking for there?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's, to be honest, it's also for Brian, right? I mean, Brian historically has been down a resource. I don't know exactly the year, Brian, but since when I joined advisory, I knew you were down one, and basically graciously always, you know, dealt with being down a resource. So one, I think, you know, our committee, and I've mentioned it you know, as a chair, I need staff help to help run this committee. I don't have the time nor the energy to do the administrative tasks, and having somebody that can help do that and help run the committee and do the stuff outside of the actual, you know, voting and doing the work. I need that help. On top of that, I know there's a lot that we've talked about on enhancements that we've wanted to do from a reporting transparency perspective in terms of having a robust budget book, having, you know, being better about putting, you know, stuff up on the website for people to see, and, you know, some of that transparency that we don't do because we just don't have the resources there. On top of that, if I sent everybody out the description, a lot of towns that have this position also have this position as a grant coordinator, which I added in, which I hope Sam would appreciate, but not a grant writer, right? I mean, this person could help do some of that, but the idea is more of and we've talked about this in past advisory meetings, having somebody that can collect feedback from people, do research, you know, understand when things are due, assign people to grants, you know, understand the budget impact if that grant stops. You know, like we're dealing with one for Council on Aging where the grant stopped and now we're, you know, on the hook for the budget. So just having somebody that could track that information, make sure we don't lose out on grants, and we have lost out on some pretty good grant opportunities in the past that would have been pretty easy. I think that would basically help fund the position as itself. But this is an area, you know, we never really invest in our support staff, right? We're always police, fire, schools, DPW, but that kind of back office, shared services support staff has never really gotten much love, especially since I've been on advisory. So although this is a bad budget year, it might be even more important going forward with, you know, issues with the levy capacity and that kind of stuff. Having, you know, better control over the budget, better control over our finances, our reporting, our traceability, and our ability to report to the town where we at from a financial perspective is going to be even more important. So I think if this is ever the time to do it, now is the time.
Andrew and Brian, where does the 35 come from?
That is a half year number, I believe, Brian. Or it was the idea is the resource would start, I believe, like the beginning of December, kind of when we started the budget process. Ryan's on mute.
December 1st. I'm sorry.
So full-time starting December 1st or part-time?
35 hours.
Okay, so let's start with select board on this one. Al?
So a couple questions. So you're proposing that this would be 35,000 as a salary and then plus whatever benefits are required?
35 would be the half year. I don't know what it equates to.
Well, okay, so the half year. So if you start in December, that's roughly $65,000 a year.
Yeah, roughly.
Yeah, correct.
And plus benefits.
Assuming they take it. Yep.
Yeah, but okay.
Yeah, but he's going to have to put it in there, Andrew, because he won't know they're not taking it.
Yeah, I'm just saying. Yeah.
Can you? So I guess I'll ask Brian and Carla if Carla's here. I mean, can you hire somebody who can do the things that we want for that sum? That seems light to me, but I don't hire accountants anymore.
And now I did find other job descriptions in other towns that were in that range, or maybe a little bit higher, but not a whole lot. And like staffing studies that were done that kind of marked it around that, I think this is like $35 an hour. Some of them were like 37, 38. So, I don't think it's too far off in that ballpark, but again, this is more of an analyst position versus like a true, head of FP&A or something like that.
That's looking at your job description, I would suggest we pare it down a little, not to scare people off. It was pretty lengthy. So.
Yeah. So today in town, we have about 110 municipal employees. I realize this covers more than just municipal. And as I count them just in the back of my head, we have 4 people who have some form of financial responsibilities or primary financial responsibilities. Is that correct?
5.
5?
David,
Okay.
Pero, Brian, Carla, and Carla's assistant.
So that's 4% of our municipal head count. I mean, I've taken the position that, head count this year is zero sum. So I guess I'm going to ask you the question you should be asking everybody else and have, what do I cut to get this? I know it's, I get accused of asking unfair questions, but I don't think that's an unfair question.
Well, you get accused of asking a question that no one has an answer for, including you.
Nobody wants to answer.
I can tell you which ones I don't see value in that I would cut, but somebody's not going to have the same opinion I do.
Andrew, could I ask you a question at this point? Or maybe this is a question for Brian. What if the functions of collecting were split off from what you do as treasurer?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
Because I think a lot of what you do is treasurer and collector. What if the actual tax collection was a function that you don't have that was given to somebody else and you were freed up to do other things?
No, you're probably talking about, and this is something that the DOR brought up that we actually haven't got to yet in our recommendations for not the policies, but the financial organization of the town. So at some point, they do suggest maybe considering reorganizing the finance departments.
Yep.
Maybe a finance director and then a treasurer collector, town accountant, assessor, etc. It's sort of a little bit the way the industry is going now, as well as these financial analysts. I was talking to Andrew today, and I think he found a bunch of them in other towns, but they are definitely more popular than they used to be. Now, that being said, they're more popular sometimes in bigger communities. So you got to take that into account too. Every town is different, and every town have different needs. But but I think that's what you're kind of alluding to. And at some point, I think is a larger discussion on the organization of the town that might be a consideration. As to if this is the year for it, I get that that's a much more difficult decision to make, because this really isn't the year for any new head count, to be honest. But
We don't think next year is either.
But
We
I,
don't
but I,
think next
I
year
hear
is-
what Andrew means, whereas the advisory is being overwhelmed because there are so many more demands. And I'm just wondering if you could do some of the, fill some of those roles if the more rote stuff, like just what the DOR said, collecting wasn't your function.
And I sort of there's a lot of different ways you can go with this, but I agree that, you know, at the end of the day, at the very least, we can sit down with Andrew and, you know, Mark and myself and Carla and kind of see if we, you know, if this is just ridiculous, this is not the year for it. We can try to find some alternative, whether it's an intern, whether it's some other resource we can have to help. Advisory definitely needs, you know, some, you know, help to do what they need to do. It's become much more complex. So I understand the need. I understand the ask. It's just, I know it's a terrible year for it.
Okay.
Is this something, well, is this something we could ask, you know, somebody who is in a senior work-off position to actually do, if we found the right person? And, you know, the other thing, Brian is sort of alluding to it, is, you know, Town Hall is a museum. We have the best 1950s service model money can buy, and I don't think we can afford this anymore. You know, I think we need to start a serious effort at consolidation, so that, you know, we have more flexibility with respect to the resources that we have, because you know, we can't. Larry said it. You know, we have an unsustainable business model.
I think that kind of along what Alda said, that may be the better approach for this year. I know AP is going to be disappointed in this, but to truly start looking at this from ground up, I believe I'm right about this, but the payroll person has to handle the school payroll separately from the town payroll. There's a whole big bureaucracy there. So my guess is if we look at this truly from ground up, look at what some other towns are doing that are maybe not in the 1950s, but further, that we could maybe find a way to do what we do more efficiently. But the idea that Brian has time to help advisory, I don't think that's the right path. I think he's got not enough time to do what he's supposed to do, which is what Andrew referred to when he said he's down a person. He has been down a person. He's such a team player. He always goes along, and whatever he's got to take as far as reducing things, he's always done. So he's just not one that raises his hand very often and says, I need help. So I'm not trying to load any more onto Brian or Carla. They've got lots going on as far as that goes. So I'm all for trying to figure this out. I just don't know that doing this one thing is the right thing to do this year. But maybe it is. Who else wants to weigh in here? Sam?
Yeah, a couple of comments. One, sort of starting from the basic premise, having been on the advisory committee, I understand the workload there, and having done some of this stuff, I think there is a lot of work to do, and it's critical work, and it's even more critical during times like this where we are in a real budget crunch. So I really am loath to put this off. I think there's a possibility of actually working this in parallel. One, thinking about adding this person as of December 1 has been proposed. Simultaneously doing that review to see if there's another place where one can do some consolidation and you know, take a body out somewhere else or consolidate or whatever. But it sure seems to me that the timing is ideal to actually have more capacity here to do better analysis and more thorough review of some of this stuff, to find places where we can save some money in other places in the structure. So I think that I'm loath to put it off. And I share Al's concern about adding bodies, but this is a body that I would add, actually.
All right, so let's hear from AD.
Kathy, I think the approach you suggest makes sense to me. I mean, my just the starting point of how I look at this is I'm just so loath to add back the additional money that we just saved in the earlier part of the evening, you know, on the schools. So that's what I got to say.
So it sounds like the select board is kind of, I think Al is not prepared to add a person. I don't think I am right now. Andrew's not. Sam is yes. And Marguerite, you're a yes or no?
I'm a no.
Okay.
But something needs to be done, that's for sure.
I don't disagree with this, and believe me, I know how hard Andrew Pfaff as chair has worked to keep things going on advisory. I sat in that chair many years, so I get that. So I want to help. I'm just not sure this is the better way to do it.
I'll take one of the select board staff.
Okay, so let's hear from.
Wait a minute. I'll put that on the table, you know, at least part-time. You know, we've got to start thinking this way. You know, 15 hours a week, something like that. I'm more than willing to discuss that.
Okay, so Al, you're saying that the current select board staff, we don't increase it, we just reallocate the hours.
You know, let's go through what the responsibilities are and prioritize them. You know, Andrew has a need. I mean, look, most of us, I served as chair of advisory. I know what the work is like. And, you know, we got two very capable staff people sitting in the desk in front of Mark's office. And maybe some of their time should, you know, December through March really ought to be helping Andrew keep this whole circus organized.
Well,
Yeah.
let me speak for Mark Purple. Katie already does that. Katie already spends time with the treasurer. She's allocated between select board and treasurer already.
Well,
Well, just don't forget that fact. She's not still select board. She's already part.
Okay, well, you know, I know that both those ladies are women are capable and talented, and you know, if there was a stipend for some overtime, something like that, you know, that might be a solution. I'm willing to put that on the table.
Can I ask a question at the risk of sounding like a total imbecile, because I've never been on advisory? Are there, in the same way that Jay Tallerman provides legal advice to us randomly, but he is not an employee with benefits, are there companies that can act as consultants to a town in the same way, so that you can have a consultant come in on a regular basis and it's not an employee?
Yeah, you can do staff augmentation consulting.
Sure, that's expensive usually, though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Quite a markup.
I just wanted to add one point that, you know, it's certainly where Mark and I are very happy to have a conversation about what people do right now and what capacity they may have. I just wanted to point out that regarding any new positions, the personnel board did vote yesterday on the final SAP to go to town meeting. So if you're talking about December or later, you know, I think there would be an opportunity to add a new title to the SAP or perhaps look at how certain positions are classified at the fall town meeting.
So Vanessa, does Katie's position in the SAP talk about the split between treasurer and select board?
I believe it's in her job description, not in the job classification, not by title, but in her job description.
Yes, that's correct.
We also added a paid intern classification, if you want to consider that as well.
What I don't think advisory hasn't actually talked about this, so why don't we go around Howard, what are your thoughts?
We need help. I don't think we're getting done what we really need to do as a board, and it's, you are taking on more of your share of it, but, we're doing as much as we can, but, what the town is asking us to do, especially as numbers get tighter, is a lot more number crunching and, I think we need the position. I understand where do you get it from. I think the benefits of having it outweigh the costs. And I know every other board looking for someone will say exactly the same thing, but we're looking at the budgets and trying to do a better job of how to do what we do. I think we're one of the few boards that really doesn't have, and that has that extra help. So I think the job description really needs to be pared down. I think we need to focus it a little more, but I'm in favor of somehow finding a way to make this happen. So
I'll go to Tim next.
Well, I'm in favor. My opinion is we've already reached a point where nobody wants to be chair of advisory anymore. There's nobody just, we're so grateful to Andrew for the amount of work and the time and energy he puts into it. But if Andrew steps down, I don't think you're going to have a chair anymore. There's just no resources here to help us. So I'm in favor of this.
Barry?
I agree with the consensus there. This is only my second budget cycle on advisory, and this one is a lot more time consuming and a lot more difficult than the last one. And the amount of detail that needs to be dealt with, and it mostly falls on you, is almost mind-numbing. And I don't see it getting any easier as time goes on. So I believe some kind of solution is needed here. I don't know if what you were proposing is the right one or not. It seems like a possibility, although I agree with Howard that the job description probably is overly broad, but there needs to be a step forward in this direction for sure.
If I could, from a path forward perspective, since we weren't planning on this resourcing starting till December anyway, why don't we table this for now? Use after town meeting to, talk it over with Mark, personnel board, whatever we need to do, think of some options. And we could always go fall town meeting, even if we don't like to change the budget. This wouldn't be that much of a huge increase, but maybe we bring it up then.
I concur with that
Be
plan.
my suggestion, Andrew, to be honest.
AD.
And that also gives us time to think of the bigger picture too that Brian talked about. So I concur with that plan.
And like Brian, one org chart that I think I sent you was Duxbury, which isn't that much larger. I think they're 16,000. And they have, I think, if we have 5 people in accounting and finance, they have like 10, 15. Like it's not even close. I think you and Carla both are bare bones of the absolute bare bones. And we can provide, as we look at the overall finance architecture in terms of the team, maybe we take that up.
Yeah, I think it would give us a great opportunity to kind of dig in a little more, which I think we need to do. So that's fine by me.
All right, Andrew.
Yes, I was just going to suggest that maybe certainly for the select board, that in our next kind of, after we get past town meeting and get into the spring, late spring, this should be on the list of kind of a short-term, medium-term goals, so that we have I'm saying what Kathy you've already said, but just make sure this is on the list of something that we want to work on during that kind of summer time period, post-town meeting.
So remember that we have not gotten to the second part of the DOR review, which is the management, which Brian just referred to. So that's coming anyway, automatically. So this to me is kind of a natural discussion that is already one of our goals. So I think that is a good plan, Andrew, timing wise. And I just want to say one more thing. You know, I'm an accountant, have been for 50 years, and I thoroughly enjoy working with both Brian and Carla. They are truly great. The auditors agree with us. You know, we get the, you know, rave reviews from the auditors every year. No exceptions to any of the testing they do. So I want to provide support for them that's appropriate and support for advisory, which of course many of us that are on select board sat on for several years. So we do understand. It's not like you're not singing to the choir. You
Yep.
are.
It's never a good time, right?
Yep. Okay. All right. So I think we got a plan for that. Everybody agree?
So we'll leave it out for now.
Leave it out for now, but bring it back up as soon as we get through town meeting and figure out.
We got to do a finance target operating model exercise, and we'll see if it squeezes in or not.
Okay. All right. So the next one is the Conservation Commission. So this one's N. So this is one where the request from ZBA and Conservation, they needed more admin help. And so Laura Davis, the intention is for her to go full-time instead of the part-time position she has now, which is, we've already added hours to her, but that's what's in. So that's in the Conservation Commission and has been from day one. So Al, we're making someone full-time that was part-time.
But she's been full-time, Kathy, right? I mean, she has enough hours that she's triggered to
She is.
full-time.
Right. So we've made her full-time for this year temporarily because of all the stuff that need to be done. They hit 3 40Bs at the same time at CBA. She had a lot going on. And
she hasn't triggered any benefits though, just to be clear. She's working, you know, additional hours as approved by the personnel board.
yeah, because her benefits come through her husband's. So as we know, Jay Tellerman has said to us how much he thinks of Laura Davis because of the work he sees with the ZBA. So he was highly supportive of us doing this. So we've had this in there from day one. Anybody have an issue with this one?
I don't have an issue with this one, given that we are already funding those hours. It's just tidying up of the accounts. And I would second Jay's opinion that, you know, well, she's somebody we definitely want. She's a keeper. And, you know, I think with luck, we may find new things for her to do over time.
Helping Andrew Pfaff. Okay, just joking. All right. All right, keep going. All right, keep going down, Andrew.
I'm open for any and all discussions on this stuff. We got to start breaking down the silos because they're just adding to our inefficiency.
Okay, so the next two biggies are the police and fire. So starting with fire, nothing has changed in total since February 8th. What has changed for those that weren't there is the deputy is starting July 1st instead of January 1st per the request of Chief Puntini. He's got a lot going on with the new rec, et cetera. So he said he really needs the help sooner than later. So he said, look, just reduce my overtime. So net, it didn't change the number, but it did get reallocated between the deputy position and his overtime budget. Everybody okay with that one? So somebody raise your hand if you really got an issue. We're going to keep going here. Okay. All right. The next one is police.
Hold on. Yeah, I'm a no.
Okay, so you're going to know on what?
If you want to add ahead, you got to cut ahead. That's my position on this for this year.
Okay, so we will vote on that department separately, Al, when we start voting, so you can get your no vote in there. Okay.
Yeah. It's not that I don't believe that it's necessary. It's just if you want to add one, you got to take one away.
Okay. I'm going to keep going unless somebody raises their hand. So police. So this one, so Tim, I know you weren't there for the 8th. So we left there believing we were going to add 4 new officers in fiscal year 26, staggered over the year. Since then, we have reduced that just because this budget looks so horrible. So right now in the budget, we've got 3. Chief Newell knows that. He doesn't necessarily agree with it, but he does know that. So we've got 3 new officers beginning effectively October 1st, January 1st, and April 1st. As of this point, he still has not filled any of the 4 open positions. He's got a couple that I think are about to get filled. Vanessa, correct me if I'm wrong here. but they're still not officially filled. So he still has 4 vacancies already to fill before he gets to July 1st. So that was part of the rationale. Some of us just believe he can't get that many people hired that quickly. It's just not possible. He disagrees. So that's where we are right now, is 3 new policemen, which means we'll have 3 new full-time salaries for fiscal year 27 if we do nothing else. So it will increase again next year because of the way we're staggering this.
Howard?
My comments on this is we seem to be fully staffed on fire and are adding a position. From the presentations I saw, it was pretty clear we are lacking in police and have no real patrols, but we're okay not adding to that. I would rather see the 4 policemen and not have the deputy fire. And we have a fully staffed fire department with full shifts going out, and we don't have that on our police at the moment. So,
or remember, Howard, the fire was short-staffed, but the chief agreed to try to get a grant to get 3 additional firefighters for 3 years.
That would last for 3 years too.
Yeah. So the study came out saying that we needed more fire too. His path forward was not to ask for it in the budget, but to try to get a grant. I think did Northborough get one? I think for 4 or 5 hours.
Yes.
So he was trying to do something similar to that. But yeah, both came out of the study needing more resources.
I'm just putting it out there. There's a lot of talk around town of what we don't have with the resource officer. I haven't seen a police officer, doing traffic in town in months. And I think, we don't have much in this town of what we pay for. Police, fire, and DPW are about it. And I think, the chief has made a pretty strong case that we're lacking on the police side. So I'm just going to voice my opinion that I would add that, try to find a way to add that 4th officer.
Howard, if I thought that he really could add them that fast, I might be more inclined to do it, but I don't think he can, which means his budget is just going to be overfunded. And we won't use the tax money for it.
I understand that, but if he says he can fill it, as long as we're going to put it on next year's budget, which isn't going to be better than this year's budget. I just think we've identified a problem that we have in town, and I didn't believe it. I was the first one skeptical. I was very skeptical at first on this too. I was the first one that says, no, we don't need them. We haven't had them in how many years that, my opinion has been changed from seeing the reports and talking to the chief and seeing what we don't have as far as patrols. So your point, I guess, is valid if you can't fill them, but again, I would strongly somehow get what we need to fill the positions, because they are the other first responders. So when you need them, I'd like them to be there. So
we've never added people like we're talking about here, though, ever, I don't think, at this rate. So we've added a lot of police over the years. Now this is 3 in 1 year. They've got a huge increase in everybody's salary due to the collective bargaining agreement that's effective 7/1. You don't see that number in here. That's in a separate line item. So the 10.82 is really much higher as far as a year-over-year for police. So yeah.
And then the other question that came up, one of the reasons we added this were the body cams. We dumped the body cams.
Well, that was more the lieutenant position.
But it was a body, right? There was a big push to how much time that was taking, whatever. I understand the budget challenge we're in. But again, safety is the one thing the town usually doesn't lack on.
All right, let's hear from the rest of advisory on this one. Marguerite?
Tim's got his hand up.
Who does?
Tim.
Who?
Tim Martell.
Me.
Kathy, why don't we not, in essence of time, instead of calling on every member, let's have the members raise their hands when they want to speak.
Okay, but we've got to understand, after we leave tonight, this is what's going in the warrant. So we got to decide.
I'm just saying, like, instead of calling on everybody to provide their opinion, if somebody has an opinion, raise their hand.
Right.
Yeah. So, thank you. I don't disagree with anything Howard said. I do think the need is there. To Kathy's point, the rate of change is very fast. The last time we had a study was around 2000, and it took us 20 years to fulfill it. And it sounds like now we're trying to do this one in 2 years. And something's got to give.
And
I
I
mean,
think, Tim, you weren't there on it, but in the study, it's over 4 years. The recommendation is 2 a year for 4 years.
Right, and that's fine. I'm not certain that the study did an exhaustive financial analysis of our town and our levy to tell us exactly what we were capable of. From
I
the
think you
study,
can assume they didn't.
right. So I think my point is, I'm willing to accept from the study what the base need is, and I'm not going to dispute it. But in terms of implementing it, there has to be some reasonableness in terms of how we bring staff online without completely destroying the tax rate. And bringing 3 to 4 people on in 1 year is not something we really have done before, for good reason.
Yep.
So I'll cede the floor to Al now.
So Howard, you had mentioned that you hadn't seen a traffic stop. I spent a couple hours going through the logs for the month of February, and the vast bulk of police activities that's in the logs are traffic stops. They're several dozen a day, and
Excuse me, are they on Route 9 or are they on
They're
local?
on Route 9, yeah.
they're on Route 9. They're all over the place.
I mean, I see
they
one
are, they're
or two
all
a day on Oak Hill. I mean, it just
Yeah.
depends on the street.
So, and I'm not complaining about it particularly, but that is in fact, I think, the most common deployed police activity is traffic stops by far. I mean, you get, I think we average, again, I looked at it, we average about 2.5 events a day that require multiple officers, things like accidents, arrests. We don't have an arrest every day. So I just want to make sure that we're all talking about the same data. I get this, that I'm quite sympathetic to the chief. My position has been clear this year, but the vast majority of the police activity that shows up in the logs are traffic stops.
But we don't have any school resource officers.
Well, that's a policy decision then, that we've decided that our police officers will spend the majority of their time doing traffic stops as opposed to being in the schools, and that's a policy decision. And
the other part about
so it's how you deploy the resources that you have, and that reflects the priorities that you've set.
The other part, though, Al, is that one very important thing about keeping police officers, and it's true, it isn't just a theory, it's a true thing. If you talk to them, they want to be able to have specialties. And if they're always out on patrol, they're never having specialties. They're always like doing the same thing over and over. And it's very important for a young officer coming in to feel that he can specialize in a certain area. We can't offer that right now, and it's one of the reasons we can't keep people.
Now, the point I'm trying to make is that we have made a policy decision. We never made it explicitly, but we made it implicitly, that we're going to spend a lot of time on patrol, and that means that we're going to spend less time on things like being in the schools or other activities. And I'm not questioning the chief's set of priorities, but I think that is reality in terms of, when you have a scarce resource, you have to make decisions about what the priorities are for the use of that resource. And right now, our police officers are a scarce resource.
Well, I think, again, we go around and around on this, and philosophically, we're all kind of in different places, but trying to get it done. But I just feel you throw it open to town meeting and say, do you want to pay $36 or more on your $36 a year more on your taxes and have more police or not, and just leave it at that? I mean, we can talk about this until we're blue in the face, but I think it's ultimately the town meeting voters that are going to decide what they want because it's
Yeah.
their police force. So,
But if you can't fill it, then what you're asking is to raise their taxes so it can go into a piggy bank instead of having more police officers.
yeah, but that's a hypothetical if you can't fill it. You won't know until you try, really.
Well, they're
But-
trying right now. He hasn't filled one since February 8th, and it's March 11th.
It's not a hypothetical.
But again, the word on the street is that if you come to Southborough, you're going to be on traffic patrol because that's what everybody has to be doing because they're understaffed.
No,
I mean, it's
they're
kind
on
of
traffic patrol because that's a policy decision we've made.
I slightly disagree with that. The reason that we haven't been able to put people where we want them to is because we've lost so many people. He hasn't been able to keep a full staff in a long time at this point. He gets one hired, then one leaves, which we've
Yeah.
tried to fix with this CBA that's about to be approved. Okay, anybody else have anything fresh to say before we decide what we're going to try to put in the warrant? So we've heard Larry.
So I'd like to just discuss for a second the issue of can we hire or not, because I brought this up on the 8th also when I asked Chief Newell about it. And, I was skeptical that he could hire the 4 people that he wanted to hire in addition to the people he's lost that he's been trying to hire. And I think that this is a really important question because, I support both the deputy fire chief as well as additional police officers. But, if we were to consider dropping the fire chief or deputy fire chief position because we need to hire police officers and then we don't hire police officers because we can't hire them fast enough, then we've done ourselves a disservice. And I think we need to look closely at that because if we can't hire the people that we're trying to hire during the year, then there's no reason to consider dropping the deputy fire chief. So I think it's an important topic. I don't know what the right answer is, but I think it's part of the determination.
I haven't heard anyone say drop the deputy fire chief other than Al, unless I misheard. But back to police for a second. Remember, if he hires brand new people who have no experience training, they've got to go to the academy for 6 months? So, and they get paid a minimal amount to do that. So that group would definitely not start on October 1st, July 1st, January 1st. So it depends on who he hires too, as far as how it all turns out. All right, anybody else want to make a new comment on police staffing? Okay, so let's start with
DOA.
With what?
Council on Aging.
No, let's finish. We got to get this one decided and see where we are. I think we've agreed so far all the way down. Okay, so select board. Let's just do a quick straw vote. Sam, are you for what you see right there in the budget, which is 3 new people staggered? Or are you for something different?
I'm for what we see there. We've debated this round and round. Let's make a decision. I'm for 3.
Okay. AD?
Same.
Okay, but let's see, Al?
No.
Okay, so you don't want any, correct?
I would love to fill these positions. Just tell me what positions we're going to cut.
Okay, so unless we cut, you don't want any new net positions, correct?
It's a net zero.
Okay, Marguerite?
I am in favor of 3, yes.
All right, I'm in favor of 3 too. So you got a 4-1 vote, Andrew Pfaff, as far as police go. So why don't you do the same thing with advisory?
Go around the horn, Howard.
It's 3 or nothing. I'll go with 3, but I prefer 4.
Okay. Tim?
I'm a no.
Larry?
I'm a yes on 3.
And I'll do a yes on 3.
So Tim, you're no on any new one at all?
I'm a no on 3. The lower the number gets, the more supportive I'll be.
All right, so you want to go lower, not higher.
I want to go lower, but I want to do this over a period of time that's greater than 1 year.
Okay, so it looks like you've got Andrew 4-1 also?
Well, Tim, do you want to do 2 over 2 years? What do you
Two
ask?
over two, I mean, 2 over 2 years is better. 1 a year for 4 years is even better. You know, it's about absorbing the increase to the tax rate in a more digestible manner, which is pretty much what the town did last time we had one of these studies come out.
And Tim, one of my suggestions was waiting to when hopefully the rec savings kick in, because the state will start paying for that we would, basically have a little bit of a lift from our budget, and that we could kind of offset it with the new officers. But
so again, I'm not against the hires. It's the rate of change that I have an issue with.
I guess we've been kicking the can down the road on so many topics that it's all coming to bite us now.
So Andrew, it sounds like you've got a 3 for 3 and 1 for 4 and Tim for something less than 3.
And again, I'm more in favor of the 2 a year or the 1 a year, but if what we're looking at is 3, I don't know. It's a tough call.
And again, I could compromise on the 3 too, if that solves the day.
I think we might, wait for that one at town meeting to get the full committee together.
Tim, I imagine this budget's going to get held and discussed in detail. And so Chief Newell is going to have to stand up and probably defend this. He actually makes I will say this, he makes a compelling case for what he needs. It's hard to not want to do what he wants. So we already are not doing. He wanted 4 to start, just so you know, July 1st.
I get it. I
wanted
do.
6 to start, Kathy.
Oh, excuse me, 6 to start. That's right, 6 to start July 1st. That was his initial.
I don't doubt that he makes a compelling case, and I don't disagree with him. What he's going to have to do is convince town meeting to approve this increase in taxes for positions he likely cannot hire. And it's going to be a big bump in taxes for no additional police, and the money's just going to go in free cash. And that is not a winning argument at town meeting.
So I propose this, and Seabury agrees, that we do put this budget into the warrant, knowing that there's going to be further discussion at town meeting, and we make sure that there really is a good discussion at town meeting. There's not a lot of controversial stuff on this warrant, other than maybe the planning board ADU article. So this is where the focus probably should be. So we'll have time for it. So I say, let's just open it up to town meeting, give them the facts, tell them why at least we decided to put this in this is where the majority vote was, is for this number, but there's clearly dissent, and talk about the dissent. And Andrew, in your report, I think you probably should, highlight this.
Yep. And at town meeting, the numbers reflected in the budget year-over-year increase will be the full amount, including CBA at that point in time, right?
Is Brian still here?
Yeah, Brian's here.
It should, but I'm not sure that's the plan.
I mean, I think it should reflect.
I
that.
agree. I've never really kind of understood why it didn't, and I should have, but I don't.
Well, right
I
now
agree
they're not releasing the CBA dollar amount, right? But it should be pretty soon, right?
Well, it's been voted on by both the union and the select board. So at this point, it gets ratified at town meeting. That's the last step.
So Brian, can we start to show that in the police yet?
Well, we can, so here's the deal. The actual budget will show the year over year without the CBA. CBA is voted as a separate article, as it always has been. But that doesn't mean that we can't show the year over the year for the police, communications, fire, etc. So just, we can do that because we'll know the numbers, but just so you know how it's going to go.
Yeah, I think more transparent to the taxpayer. So when they say the police budget, that they know that that's the all-in police budget.
Yeah, but he's saying that's not how it's going to be printed here. We can tell people at town meeting what the true year-over-year is with the CBA built in there, but that's not what's going to be printed here. They're going to still see the 11.51 and 10.82.
Correct.
Can you annotate that so that it's, there's a column that says, does not include with the union agreements, it's X with X percent?
I could definitely have that conversation with Mark tomorrow. I don't imagine we cannot do that, but yeah, sure.
I mean, if it's going to get held and discussed, let's have all the data in one place.
I mean, there's definitely a way to get this out there as far as making sure it's clear that what you see there is not the overall budget increase. It doesn't reflect the.
So you get, as you know, there's people that just look at that one sheet, right? So I think it would be good.
All right, so I think we have agreed that the two numbers we see here are what are going to be in the warrant because we've got at least a majority vote for those two.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Council on Aging. Let me explain this one. So this number, the 12,445 you see in column H, is not in their budget. This represents the cost from 1/1/26 through 6/30/26 of continuing to employ the person that is now doing the intergenerational work outreach at the senior center. It's a part-time position. It was funded through a donation, not a grant, from a place called the Cummings Foundation. Select Board knew about it. They came in front of us and we approved it. What we didn't ask, which I still can't believe we didn't, is what happens when the donation expires. So it expires at the end of calendar year 25. So therefore, to keep this position in place for the rest of the fiscal year, they need to add 12,445 to their budget. And let me say this, I've gotten a whole lot of phone calls from seniors and Pam. I've actually met with her face to face, and they are unanimously supportive of putting this $12,000 into their budget. Now they're going to apply for another donation, but not until the fall. So they will have no idea whether they get it until the fall gets here. And of course, it's too late to put into the budget at that point unless we do it at the fall town meeting. They're not happy with that. We've talked about doing it at fall town meeting. We've talked about doing it through reserve fund transfer. They're not happy about it either. They would like to see this in the budget.
Kathy, I've been thinking about this one.
Okay.
I'm okay putting it in. If I find out that they didn't apply for the grant or didn't earnestly apply for the grant, they're going to lose faith with me. And I'm not going to be as favorable to the Council on Aging in the future.
All right, so I think that we make that clear, which I actually already have, Andrew, that we do expect them to full-throatedly apply for the donation.
And if they get it, this doesn't get absorbed into something else.
Agree. Okay, who wants to comment on this one?
I would comment, just out of curiosity, why not do the same thing the school's doing? Have them go for the grant and have advisory backstop them.
Well, that's what I proposed him, and they, to a person, as far as who I heard from, did not like it. They want to know that they've got this money, that there is no doubt after town meeting they have this money. So I said, okay, I will make sure that your wishes are known to the select board and to the advisory committee. The other thing I would ask is, or would at least weigh in here, they don't ask much from us. I mean, their whole budget is $442,000. They don't ask for much. They spend their money extremely wisely. They get a whole lot out of that 442. So that colors what my opinion is. So I'm absolutely going to vote, regardless. It can be a 1-9 vote to put this into the budget. But now let's see what everybody else thinks. Okay, so does anybody want to put this in the budget besides me? Andrew said he would with his 2 caveats.
I'm okay.
Okay, Sam's okay.
I think it's a good idea to put it in.
Okay, so there's 3 from the select board.
Yeah, well, the seniors know how to play hardball.
They do, and they're
Yeah.
going to.
Well, we took this on. This is not a head count increase in my mind, so I'm okay with it. You know, I mean, I prefer to wait. I think Andrew Pfaff, AP has said it properly.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, if they get the grant and it's fall town meeting and we know they have it, there's $12,000 towards a budget analyst.
That's right.
Actually, if they get the grant, we reduce their budget by $12,000 on the at fall town meeting.
Agree. Okay, so AD?
I would prefer to just stick with what we had agreed last time, but it seems like there's 4 in support and just 1 me.
The 4 seniors are in support, Andrew.
Yeah. So with that in mind, I mean, just generally, I think, you know, this is a budget that's been worked up pretty well. I mean, I think what we're looking at is what we're going to be voting on to put in the warrant, you know.
Yep. Okay, so you got a 4 sort of 5 vote from select board. Andrew's tentative. Okay, Andrew, you want to do the same thing? Pull advisory?
Howard, what are you thinking?
I'm okay with it. I think your points were accurate. I also think what Kathy said of they don't ask for much and they use it wisely is valid. I think it's a valid position. But yeah, if they get the grant, we pull it back. So I'm okay with it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm fine.
Larry?
Yeah, I'm fine with it. And you know, we've already noted many times that the age of this town is increasing, and the Council on Aging, I believe, does a really good job at supporting them. So, you know, I agree with your point about pulling it back if they get the grant, but I have no problem putting it into this budget.
Yes, I mean, again, it's also only $12,000 in the grand scheme of things. So,
yeah.
Okay.
All right, so it sounds like it goes in, Andrew. So pop
I
it
just
in.
made the change.
Pop it in there. You already done it?
Yep.
Okay. All right, let's see. We're not going to there, reduce that. Okay, so I think we've gone through everything that we should go through as far as the budget goes. Do we want to go through capital, Andrew, for the sake select board's been through capital, so we're good with that. You want to go through capital for
You want to
advisory?
explain what happened with the cruisers and where we're at with all that stuff?
So the cruisers are the need is 2, and that's a pretty adamant request. Capital confirms they really need to. Chief Newell, they need to. We've got 1 that's being bought by St. Mark's. That's a done deal. We've got the email from them confirming that. Fay School has been asked for the 2nd. I had a conversation with the head of school today, Susanna Waters, and it's looking a little iffy. Let me say that. They might pay for a piece of it, but it doesn't look like they're going to pay for the whole thing. So we're not there with the 2nd cruiser yet. I'm going to have another conversation with her the next couple of days. She's asked us for a couple things that I got to get back to her on. So I'm not done yet, but
should we add 1 back in at this point in time, Kathy, though?
According to Jason Malinowski, this cruiser is really needed. So I think we've got to do this somehow, some way.
Because right now it's not in. We have no
But
cruisers.
no, I agree it's not in. So I think it's got to be put back in for now. And if Fay will pay for some of it instead of all of it, then we can reduce the cost.
All right, so I'll put that back in.
So Capital did vote on this the other night. They reconfirmed their support of this. The only issue they've got is they don't like the idea of leasing the 2 pieces of equipment for DPW instead of paying for those outright. So they didn't like that piece of it. So they voted not to support leasing, but they did support everything else on here.
Well, good thing it's not up to them.
All right, so Andrew, you want to walk through this with advisory or?
Yeah, I think, you know, we did some of this on the Saturday day, but, you know, obviously some of these have come down. A lot of them have come down a little bit, especially on the DPW side, just by getting better quotes. John Perrin on the flag school, working with him to try to reduce it a little bit. But
Andrew, could you please make it a little bit bigger?
sure, certainly.
Thank you.
So Tim, this started off at being over $3 million. It's down now to $1,529,000. So we've cut it almost in half as far as what the original request that came up through CIPC was.
And Kathy, is that 8527 a good number for the cruiser? I just did the half of what we had in the notes.
I thought it was 82, but close enough. Yeah, if you got 161 there, I agree. So it's got to be that. So that's fine.
And if you see the FC here, those are the stuff that Brian marked as free cash so that we could do earlier.
Yeah.
Does the deputy chief really need a $90,000 car?
I actually would be in favor of lowering that number, but
Chief Puntini has been asked to confirm that number. He was in the audience. I think he has left us. So he's been asked to confirm whether that is a good number or not. It was his number. So we haven't heard yet. So it might be adjusted slightly.
and I think the last chief vehicle, if I remember correctly, we got a decent deal on. I think it was like 65, but that was 4 or 5 years ago.
Yeah, you know, this is an area that I think it doesn't pass the smell test, to be blunt.
What's that out? The car, the vehicle?
You know, to buy him a Subaru, for goodness sakes, and to get him here, you know, you want a vehicle that'll get him here in all weather, and you know, if you got to paint it red and put a light on it, and some radios in, this one.
So Al, I hear you. I think when we had this conversation with Achilles, when he was looking at his, we were like, well, can you get like an Explorer or something smaller? I'm assuming it's the same situation, right? The deputy chief would be on incident command. I mean, again, if chief was here, which would be good, he could explain it. Then having they need a larger vehicle to hold all the equipment that they need to do for incident command. So you'd have to have basically two of like we have a Tahoe, two of that size, one to hold all the equipment, that a smaller vehicle. So it's not just to get them to and from work. It's not a take-home car. It's the chief's incident command vehicle, which is a little bit bigger. Again, I think it's being.
I think this one needs, you know.
So let's agree. We'll get the number scrubbed, but everybody agrees it should be in here, right? As far as the vehicle. All right. So let's ask Chief to scrub the number.
Yeah, I don't see why, and I don't know the details, but I don't see why it should cost $10,000 more than a police cruiser, which has an awful lot of stuff in it also.
I think, Larry, it's because the police cruiser is an Explorer, which is a little bit cheaper, and the chief's vehicle is usually an Expedition or a Tahoe, so it's just a bigger car. Again, I don't know why an Explorer wouldn't work, because I've seen that for other deputy chiefs or a pickup truck. But
why don't we arrange for a tour of the existing vehicle and explain it to us? It's you know.
Okay, so TBD as far as the number, but again, we've got to go pretty fast. We can always reduce it at town meeting, but you know, we want to try to get it right. So he's already been asked this question. So my guess is he is ready to go. He probably was in the audience because of this and probably had to bag out because of the time. So my guess is, knowing him, he's already done the scrubbing and has got a number ready for us.
Okay. So we'll check on that.
Okay, keep going, Andrew.
We confirm that DPW needs everything on this extensive list. I know even this is the can that's been kicked the farthest down the road, but the DPW is asking for a lot this year.
They are, and we took quite a bit away.
Well, there are two different classes of ask. There's equipment, and the other one is stuff that needs fixing.
Yep. But there's two sides, right? There's this, then there's the other one that has the front loader and all that too.
So we had our chance to ask Bill those questions when he came, and we did. And based on his answers, we left all these on here. We took off Andrew, can you roll back up a little bit? So we took off the service dump that 103. We took off the flashing lights for the crosswalks. He's going to figure that out differently. What else did we do with him?
We lowered
Yeah.
one of them 50K. I think there was a couple other ones that he got a little bit better numbers on.
Yeah, he did. He got several barrels.
You know, I'm not necessarily looking to kick it down the road, but if we keep talking to how sensitive this budget is, you know, and again, all we really have in town is, you know, police, fire, and DPW. So, but
yeah,
schools, but there's a lot on DPW. So.
Yeah, I think for me, I think we're at a pretty decent capital number, right? I mean, I think if we lower it, again, I think it's more kicking the can. If we're going to look for stuff, I'd rather look for it more on the operational side.
Okay, just voicing the other side.
Yep. Okay.
Yes, again, select board's already taken a position. We've looked at this, so we're fine with it. So we can vote officially, but it's really up to advisory to.
So can we talk about the salary study? You know, it's only 25 grand, but.
Yes, and so I think everybody saw Barry's email, which I should explain here, that he wanted to do something a little bit more targeted. He did email me personally and said he was able to catch up with Jason and Dorian and I think Mark too. That he's more in favor of it now that he explained how it will kind of work. But basically, we'd end up spending more if we did the targeted one and then had to do this one in 2 years. So Barry was more in favor of it.
I guess my concern is it's 2 years early, but I guess it is what it is. So.
I don't know, Vanessa, if you're closer to it, but you're still in favor of it, right?
Yeah, definitely. We've had a lot of conversations with our SAP staff during the course of the year. They've also been meeting on their own just to collect data. You know, where we've lost a number of employees this year that have left to go into other communities or other opportunities. So we really want to do this as soon as possible.
So AP, the floor is still yours to get through this.
Yep. So I think, so Kathy, you voted on all of the capital items?
We have not officially voted. We're going to in a minute, but we did go through it and we were okay with it.
Okay. Do I want to amend the deputy chief card now? Because we're not going to, I don't know if we're going to reconvene again. Right?
Well, Andrew, at one of our prior meetings, did I hear like an 80 number given for that? You know, it's a little bit less. I mean, do you want to?
I've seen the deputy chief car in other towns be the 80 number. And the one that we just did 3 or 4 years ago was in the 60s. So my suggestion is we make it 80 and that's how much he has to work with. And if he needs more, he can find it in his budget.
Okay with me. Select board.
A lot of the other department heads have come back and adjusted their stuff. John Parent and you know, so.
Yep, and he's getting the position, so at least so far he is. So I'm okay with 80. Anybody disagree with that?
Nope.
Okay.
All right.
All right, so we've gone through the budget and the capital articles. Go ahead.
Do we want to start voting on stuff?
Well, what I was going to say next is select board has gone through all of the kind of routine administrative articles and voted on them. You guys haven't voted yet on anything, right?
Yeah, I was kind of gonna start with the budget articles, just do basically like a consent type methodology, ones we want to hold. Have you voted on all the budgets?
We have not. So we're going to do that tonight because, again, we're signing this on Tuesday. So we've got to be ready by Tuesday. We've got to have our votes. We've got to have it recorded if we want it into the warrant. So I want to finish the votes tonight for select board.
Brian, are you able to on the fly tell me what the new benefit number would be? Because we have to vote on the total, right?
Yeah. Oh, well, select board's vote is going to pick it. We're going to pull out the line items that Al would like to not support. So
I just don't want to reconvene all of advisory to vote on the budget line, the benefit line. That's the only one I think, right?
That is the only one that I'm aware that's going to possibly change, and I think it is going to change.
Yeah, you may want to wait until town meeting for that one. Just, it's a moving target.
And you know,
okay, so
I don't have a problem with waiting as long as we vote.
For the budgets, we do it on line item by line item. So we'll just leave at town meeting for only the benefits line, but vote the rest.
Yeah.
Okay, but remember, as long as we vote before town meeting and that vote is shown on that screen, if it's not in the printed warrant, I don't think that is an issue.
Okay, that works for me. Okay. All right.
Okay. What works for you?
That we'll vote. We'll just do at town meeting for that one.
For the whole budget.
For the benefit one, right? Because we vote on each one and they show each one as support or not support, right?
If we really think there's going to be a different vote.
Vanessa, correct me if I'm wrong, but each budget has independent voter support or not support.
Yeah, but you can still vote for the whole thing and to say, and then go back and put 5-0 whatever. So we don't.
Yeah, I'm saying, I'm suggesting we do this like a consent agenda. Like we go down. Does anybody want to hold and do a separate vote?
Okay.
On any of these items, right?
And that gives Al the chance to hold police.
Hold police or fire or whatever.
Kathy?
Yeah?
Kathy, can you please carve out, when we do the vote, carve out Assabet because I'm going to recuse myself from that.
Okay.
Because my firm represents the district.
Yep, we'll pull that one out. Okay, so we're going to pull out Assabet, we're going to pull out police, pull out fire. Let's just go through and we'll see who.
Let's go through the list. Okay, so, moderator, select board, anybody stop me. Advisory committee, reserve fund, town accountant, audit, elected assessors, treasurer collector, town council, personnel board, MTC, IT, elected clerk, town clerk, conservation commission, planning board, ZBA, open space, EDC, facilities, ADA, police.
Hold that one.
Hold that one. Yep. I'll put an H here. All right.
Hold EDC as well. I want to talk about that one quickly.
Hold EDC, okay. Communications, hold fire.
Yep.
Building, emergency management, animal, DPW, Board of Health, Council on Aging, Youth Commission, Veteran Services, Library, Recreation, Historical, Memorial Day, Southborough Cultural Arts, Elected School Committee, Southborough Schools, Algonquin Regional Debt. We're going to do Assabet, Norfolk, and then the benefits. I'm going to hold the benefits ones.
Both sides probably just.
Well, the school, we don't know the number for the school one. We don't know the number for the town one.
All right, so you're going to hold them both, right?
I'll hold both benefit ones.
All right.
And then I'm fine with the liability insurance. That shouldn't change. And then the debt shouldn't change either.
Okay.
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 So I'll, how do I do this? Okay. I move that advisory supports all of the budgets currently shown on the screen, and that with the exception of economic development, police, fire department, Assabet, employee benefits town, and employee benefits school.
Second.
All right, roll call vote. Tim,
Aye.
Howard,
Aye.
Larry,
Aye.
and Andrew is aye. All right, we're 4-0 on all of those. Okay. Do you want to do the same vote, Kathy?
You had 4 or 5? 4?
4 people.
You got only 4 here tonight? Okay. Oh, that's right. All right, so I will make the same motion that we just heard to support all budgets except for EDC.
EDC.
Okay,
Police.
EDC, police, fire, the employee benefits on the town side, employee benefits on the school side,
And Aspect.
and Assabet.
Second.
All right, roll call vote for select board. Sam,
Aye.
Marguerite,
Aye.
Al,
Aye.
and Andrew.
Aye.
Hook is aye, so 5-0 for select board. Okay, now let's go ahead and let's get Assabet done next, Andrew, because that's just AD having to recuse himself.
I move that advisory supports the Assabet budget in the amount of $508,015.
I second it.
Okay, roll call vote. Larry,
Aye.
Tim,
Aye.
Howard,
Aye.
and Andrew's aye.
All right, select board makes the same motion to support the Assabet budget as printed of 508.15.
Second.
Okay, roll call vote. Andrew Dennington,
Abstain.
Sam,
Aye.
Marguerite,
Aye.
Al,
Aye.
Cook is aye, so 4-0-1 on Assabet. Okay, can we go back to EDC then? Howard held that one, so discuss that one.
Yeah, just quickly, where do we stand on that? It's still a full-time position, but
It is, the budget does include full-time position. The current EDC coordinator, Leah, is on contract through June 30th. And we therefore need to recruit for a full-time EDC coordinator before July 1st.
okay. I know there was some talk about, I think if I remember serves, Al was one that was concerned about that position. I'm not sure where I stand on it, but that's fine where we are. That's what I wanted to know. It just seems like a pretty large increase there, so.
That was a position that I was willing to sacrifice in order to get us a police officer or a deputy chief.
I don't see how we sacrifice that given how much we need new businesses and someone to help us get those new businesses. We gotta try.
Yep, okay, I'm good. That's what I needed. Thank you. Sorry for the bad.
All right, Andrew, Beth,
I move that we support the economic development. What is it?
it's number
Budget
30.
amount of $78,091.
I second.
All right, roll call vote. Larry,
Aye.
Howard,
Aye.
Tim,
Aye.
Andrew's aye.
All right, select board make the same motion to support the EDC budget of 78,091.
Second.
Roll call vote. Sam,
Aye.
Marguerite,
Aye.
Andrew,
Aye.
Al,
No.
Cook is aye. So that's 4-1-0 for select board. Okay, now I think we're down to the 2 public safety. Correct, Andrew?
Yep.
Okay, so you can go first on police.
I move that the advisory committee supports the police budget in the amount of $2,839,187.
Before you do that, can we vote on this knowing that that's not the final number?
It
It is the final number.
is
Yeah.
the final number for the warrant. But basically approving the CBA is approving it on top of what you're approving the budget.
Yeah, separate.
Okay.
So Brian captures it in the wrap up article, I believe.
Okay, thank you. Secondly,
Andrew,
Yep.
did you say earlier you wanted to do this at town meeting? For the full board?
You know, that's not about, yeah, I think that's a better idea.
All right, so select board, because we've got to print something here. So select board, I'll make a motion to support the police department budget of 2,839,187.
Second.
Roll call vote, Sam,
Aye.
Al,
No.
Andrew,
Aye.
Marguerite,
Yes.
click his eye. So that one is 410. Okay, fire, are you going to vote on that one, Andrew Pfaff?
I think we can vote that one.
Okay, go ahead.
I move that advisory supports the fire budget, in the amount of $2,947,021. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Any discussion? Seeing none. Tim?
Aye.
Larry?
Aye.
Howard? I didn't hear you, Howard.
I'm thinking.
Okay, sorry. Take your time.
Aye.
I'll do aye as well.
So that's 4-0, Andrew?
Yep.
Okay, so select board. Same motion, I move that we support, can I see the budget again? The fire department budget of 2,947,021.
Second.
Roll call vote, Sam,
Aye.
Al,
No.
Marguerite,
Aye.
Andrew,
Aye.
Cook is aye, so that's also 410 from the select board. All right, let's move over to the capital articles, and we got to do this correctly.
And then the benefits, I'm just going to do at town meeting. You guys do?
Yeah, oh, sorry, yes. So everybody agreed that's at town meeting because that's in flux.
Right.
Well, then, Kathy, then for purposes of printing the warrant.
It's still going to be, this is going to be printed there, Andrew.
Okay.
But the vote will still say at town meeting. So this is still going to be printed. This is what the warrant's going to look like. Okay, Andrew Pfaff, can we move over to the capital articles?
I'm just going to do the full.
So you've got the number 14 is the borrowing article, and that's 3,975,000.
Which one?
Well, is this right, Brian? Yeah, it is. So I think if you go over to go to the next tab. There you go. So see the 3,975 right there. So that's Article 14. Which needs a 2/3 vote, which is why it's separated out.
That's for the bond ones, right?
Yep. So this is your borrowing capital budget article.
How do people feel about we didn't really cover those ones off, but the sinkhole and the.
But the school's off of it, it's just the two sinkholes, right?
Yeah, because the school project's gonna pass.
Yeah, I think when we talked about it I think my feeling was okay, but I really want to work in earnest after town meeting to get a stormwater enterprise set up to try to pay for this once it comes in.
That's one point Chelsea said, are you going to have a fall town meeting for sure? I said, I'm pretty sure, because that's one of the things that would be considered on there. So
Are these the numbers that were on this sheet on the 8th of February?
I believe they haven't changed, yeah.
Okay.
Is one of the sinkholes a zero interest loan?
no, that is a
Water
Lynbrook.
projects.
That's a
Water
Lindbergh
project.
thing. Okay. Good try.
I got the loop at Fisher.
Got it.
Oh no, the Lynbrook Main, but they removed
Lynbrook,
that.
Maine. Yeah, but that's also going to the water fund anyway. This is the general fund here.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Okay. Does anybody want to hold any of these budget or non-tax rate articles that are here?
The whole page or?
I was just gonna basically do all four of these numbers, the 105, the 243, the 3.9, and the 14,000 at once.
Can we just do them in order? Start with the 3975. I'm looking at the warrant. Let's just do them in order so we get this right.
Okay. I mean, just trying to save time.
That's 14.
I move that advisory, so it's Article 14?
Yes.
Okay, I move that advisory supports Article 14 in the amount of 3.975 million.
No,
3,975,000.
Well, yeah.
Second.
All right, roll call vote. Howard,
Aye.
Larry,
Aye.
Tim,
Aye.
Andrew.
Select Board. I move that Select Board supports the two bonded projects for 3,975,000 for Article 14.
Second.
Roll call vote. Sam,
Aye.
Al,
Aye.
Marguerite,
Aye.
AD,
Aye.
Lucas, aye, 5-0. Okay, Andrew, the next one should be the new leases, 74046. But that's back on fifth, that's gonna be back on the previous page.
All right.
There you go, those two right there. The first two, right there. No, two, there you go, come on down. Line 40 and 41.
These two. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. But we have to prove the full lease payment, right?
No, there's no previous leases, so they're not part of the article. Let me back up. I beg your pardon. Yes, they are. They're in the next article. So these are separate articles. So do the first two first.
I'll do both. Okay. I move we support the leased debt for the front end loader and utility dump in the amount of $74,046.
We didn't really discuss this much, but okay.
Well, we discussed the purchase of them, and then we talked about leasing them versus buying them outright.
And we did discuss this quite in length on the 8th.
Second.
Okay. Any discussion?
Yeah, so estimated gross costs. So quickly, what are we looking at? Was that the buy cost on the side, and this is the lease cost?
The gross cost, and this is the lease payment.
This is the annual expected lease payment for this.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Roll call vote. Howard.
Aye.
Tim.
Aye.
Larry.
Aye.
Andrew is aye.
Okay, Select Board, I make a motion to support Article 15, which is the annual cost for the two new leased items.
Second.
Roll call vote.
Make sure you get the right numbers here.
Okay, $74,046.
Which is, so
The
that's
first two.
Four.
It's Article 15, and it's on lines 40 and 41 on the spreadsheet.
Just 1 second, because I'm seeing if these things match up here. Okay. Yep. Okay. Article 15.
Yep. Okay, so I made the motion. Can somebody second?
Second.
Okay, I'm not sure who seconded, but someone did. Okay, roll call vote. Al,
Aye.
Sam,
Aye.
Marguerite,
Aye.
AD,
Aye.
Lucas, aye, 5-0. Andrew?
Okay. What is the other article?
The next one is 16, which is your existing leases, those last three.
And that should total 55,114.
It does not. It should, but it doesn't on the warrant. So Brian, I'm looking, it says 120,727.
Where are you there?
That's the total of all 5 items.
No, the total is 129,180, 160.
Yeah.
So the article says 120,727. So I don't see how you get 120,727 no matter what you do.
Unless it's some of the water stuff in there too.
I hope this is right.
Right, that's 40.
Brian's still here.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, I'm just gonna text him and make sure his audio is okay.
All right, let's go on to the next one.
He's
Okay.
asleep.
Kathy, what is the capital article number?
It is. Hmm. 11. So I jumped over it because it said TBD. Okay, so it's 11.
And that one doesn't have anything in it, right?
Nope.
Okay. I move that advisory supports the FY26 capital general fund items shown that total $1.518392.
Second.
Roll call vote. Howard,
Aye.
Larry,
Aye.
Tim,
Aye.
Andrew is aye.
All right, select board, I move that we approve $1,518,392 as the general capital fund article number 11.
Second.
Roll call vote, Sam,
Aye.
Al,
Aye.
Marguerite,
Aye.
AD,
Aye.
Lucas, I 5-0.
Kathy?
Yeah,
So Vanessa, are you keeping track of all the votes for the cheat sheet?
she is.
Okay, because are you
Yeah.
following? Because at least the cheat sheet that I have, some of the numbers are article numbers are not matching up with.
I think the Mark's last version, I think the rows are off by one row. So
Okay.
I'm going by the amounts in the article total.
As long as you can follow it and it's being
Yeah.
properly recorded.
Yeah.
I'm just getting mixed up based on
Yeah.
looking at what I
And the meeting's recorded. We can always play it back.
True.
We've got
We
some-
often do that.
We've got some actually article numbers, because I'm reading the Mark sent a revised one today.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking for.
That's what I've got pulled up that I'm looking at. Is what he sent today.
Well, I've got from 332, the article numbers don't seem to match
Yeah.
the warrant. I'm not looking at the cheat sheet, I'm looking at the warrant. So Article 11 is free cash for 25,000.
All right, and that's 12
Yeah,
on the cheat sheet.
We're
Okay,
going
so
to approve the spreadsheet and they'll slot it into the right article.
Yeah, yeah.
I see what he's done wrong. He put 1 as the article description on
Yes.
the spreadsheet, so that's where he's 1. He needs to drop him down 1. So yeah, the cheat sheet
They're
is
off by
one.
one row. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so he just started numbering them wrong. Okay, now one thing that I want select board to vote on, you guys can decide what to do. We need to vote on the SAP. We didn't vote when Jason came in front of us because we wanted to clarify what Jim Haggerty wanted to do, and personnel board went back and voted to support that, right, Vanessa?
Yes, yesterday.
Okay. All right, so select board, are you ready to vote on the SAP
Kathy,
changes?
can we finish off on the budget stuff?
I think we're done.
No, we still voted on the other articles here, the 328. We didn't do the one with the lease because we don't have the right number from Brian, and we didn't do the other non-tax articles.
Well, we can't do the number for Brian until he tells us. Okay, so sorry. Yep, let's go finish those. My fault.
I move that we support the budget article, general fund, capital, whatever you want to call it, article numbers, and the amount of 328,500.
Second.
Howard,
Aye.
Larry, Tim,
Aye.
Andrew is aye, 4-0.
Okay, select board, I move that we support 328,500 as far as the budget articles coming out of the general fund.
Second.
Roll call vote, Sam,
Aye.
Al,
Aye.
AD,
Aye.
Marguerite,
Aye.
and Cook is aye, 5-0. Okay, now, Andrew, I think we're done because we can't vote on that till Brian tells us what's wrong here. Well, we can vote on those 3
Yeah, I'm
numbers.
gonna vote on the
Yeah.
items on the in
Right.
the rev cap, and if the warrant needs to be adjusted, it'll have to be adjusted.
So we'll pick up $70,000 if he's wrong.
Yeah.
Good. Okay, go ahead.
Right. So I move advisory supports the 3 lease debt general fund items. The the DPW diesel year 5 of 7, the DPW hook truck 5 of 7, and the police taser lease year 3 of 3 in the amount of $55,114.
Second.
All right, roll call vote. Howard,
Aye.
Larry,
Aye.
Tim,
Aye.
Andrew is aye.
Okay, select board, I move that we support the payments for the old leases totaling 55,114.
Yep.
Second.
Okay, roll call vote. Sam,
Aye.
Andrew,
Aye.
Al,
Aye.
wait, hold on. Al,
I said aye.
sorry, I thought that was Andrew Pfaff. Marguerite,
Aye.
and Cook is aye, 5-0. Okay, now, Andrew, I think we're ready for
Now I think
SAP.
we're good. Yeah.
Okay, SAP, select board, are we ready to vote on that one? Now that we've got the answer where personnel board did vote to support what Jim wanted to do, which is basically to allow town meeting to amend an SAP article on the floor.
Yep.
Okay, all right, so I make a motion to support the SAP article.
Second.
Roll call vote. Sam,
Aye.
Al,
Aye.
Marguerite,
Aye.
AD,
Aye.
Cook is aye, 5-0. So I think we are done, Andrew, select board, with voting on everything we need to vote on.
What,
Uh,
Kathy,
the,
what about the Water Enterprise Fund?
Good point, Andrew.
It's in the printed warrant.
What number article, what article is it?
What I'm looking at, it's
Oh, there it is.
7,
It should be 7.
and the request is 3,245,584.
So can you make the motion then?
I move that the select board support at town meeting Article 7, the article for the fiscal year 2026 Water Enterprise Fund in the amount of $3,245,584.
Second.
Roll call vote. Al,
Aye.
Sam,
Aye.
AD,
Aye.
Marguerite,
Aye.
Cook is 5-0. Okay, now I think select board is done. Does anybody on select board disagree? We're not going to vote on the CBA yet. We're going to do that town meeting because those aren't finished. We got 2 more to go there, so I think we're done as far as where we can vote for the moment. So Vanessa, I think the only one that's going to be at town meeting is going to be CBA right now.
Kathy?
Yes.
Sorry, do we want to vote jointly on the CPA articles?
That language is not ready, Andrew. It's kind of a mess.
Okay, you're right. Forgot.
Yeah,
Yeah,
they still need to resolve questions with town council.
So those are probably going to be at town meeting too, Vanessa, because we don't have any choice.
Yeah.
Put out town meeting for advisory for those.
Yep.
Brian Ballantyne can you talk? He must be having issues with his audio.
All right,
You're
he'll get-
snoring.
You there?
Yeah, we're here.
Oh, there you are.
Yeah, the CPA is gonna be at town meeting.
So
Okay.
Brian, the question was
Old lease payments.
old lease payments, not the new ones. The new ones total the 74,046, which is in the warrant, but the old ones that are in the rev cap is 55,114.
Yes.
And in the warrant, I think it was like 100 and something thousand.
120,
Yeah,
Brian.
I'm not sure why it was in the warrant like that. Yeah, I think we may have to correct that in the warrant tomorrow.
So we voted on 55,114, which is what's in your rev cap. So
Yep.
good on that.
Okay, so we're not going to pick up anything. The rev cap's right. Okay, too bad.
Yep.
Well, we would have got the other, right? We would have had more lease payments and would have hurt our rev cap.
Yes, it would have. Okay. All right, so I think select board is done for the night. So what we've got to do next is take public comment.
You want to
And
vote on the zoning ones?
Yeah. Well,
we voted on the personal. We voted on the parking already. That was 5-0. We did not vote on the ADU because there was
Can we
some-
just pull up Carla for a second? She had a comment on the the lease article.
Absolutely.
Carla, are you still there?
Looks like it, but muted.
Yep, I'm here.
Carla.
I do believe that the existing leases was 127.27 for the old leases.
So maybe there's one that's not on RevCap that's missing? One or two?
I'm not sure which one. I don't
Unless it's
have,
adding the ambulance fund ones, but that would be weird.
maybe it is.
And the water ones, maybe.
Yeah.
That could be 120.
I don't know. I don't have a copy of the RevCap and it popped up on the screen. And then I'm sorry to cause confusion, but I have,
It's
yeah,
missing 65,000 between the two numbers, roughly.
65. Yep, those are the ambulance ones. Those are the ambulance ones. So
So we still-
55,144 is general fund. Yep, okay, I'm good.
All right,
Good.
good.
Sorry, Brian. I just wanted to,
Just wanted to double check while we're all here.
check,
verify.
double check, and it's late, right?
Okay, so
Thank you,
back to the
Carla.
ADU. What we agreed is there's still more to discuss there. So we weren't going to vote on that tonight, Andrew. There was as you heard, there was a whole lot of pushback on that one. So I need to understand more. I'm not ready to vote on that one. I need to understand more. I'm on the fence on that one, but there's definitely some people not supporting that one. I'm not sure if anybody that actually did support it. So
Yeah, I just wasn't sure if that was
going to vote. We weren't going to vote
maybe
tonight on that one.
version into the warrant in time, or if what we have is what's going to be in the warrant.
She didn't agree to change anything from that. I mean, there was so much pushback on it. I'm not sure what she would change exactly.
Yeah. So as I'm saying, like I would like to have printed in the warrant what we feel about what's in the warrant, right? It might change between now and town meeting if they want to make edits, but I mean, I don't support what's currently printed.
Okay, select board, do you want to take a position tonight on the ADU, the two ADU articles, or you want to wait until you have thought about it more? Sam?
I'm ready to vote.
I'm ready.
Okay.
I'm ready.
Andrew? Okay, well, all right. So here we're going to vote. Okay, go ahead, Andrew.
Which article is it again?
Well, we already voted 5-0 for the parking one. You guys, did you vote?
ADU is 29. Right.
There's two ADUs.
Yeah, there's two ADUs. So
Two
he's right.
ADUs.
So it's going to be, ADU is going to be 29 and
30.
30. 29 and 30.
I'm going to vote them together. Okay. I move that advisory supports Articles 29 and 30 for amending the town code zoning for accessory dwelling units and or second.
Second.
Any discussion? And again, this is to support. Howard.
I'm still thinking about this. I would rather we do this when that's our meeting, honestly.
Okay. What do you guys think about it? Tim?
That's fine with me.
My only thought about at town meeting is I don't know if my opinion is going to change, and do I want it printed in the warrant so people see that before they get to town meeting?
They want to see your vote printed, is what you're saying.
Correct.
Anytime it's not there, they put it up on the screen, or someone always inherently asks anyway. And we don't have a full board tonight either, so it's important enough that I would like to do
I
it.
could go that way. Okay, we'll do that town meeting.
Okay, select board. I'll make a motion to support the two ADU articles, which are 29 and 30.
Second.
Any further discussion, select board?
Well, I'm in the situation of as they're written, I don't support them, so, but I don't know what I'd feel like if it was rewritten, so.
All we can deal with is what's written.
So as of this date, I don't, but maybe they'll rewrite it so I would,
No.
maybe it'll show up in the warrant so that I would.
No, I mean, this is what's going to get printed in the warrant.
Right, so we're voting tonight on what we see in the warrant tonight. You can always change your mind if they change it.
Okay, let's vote.
Okay. All right, Sam,
No.
Al,
No.
Andrew. Marguerite.
No.
And I'm going to abstain. I'm just not there yet as far as truly making up my mind. So that's going to be a 0-4-1 vote for now, as far as what we show in the warrant. So got that one, Vanessa, 0-4-1. Okay, we already voted, Andrew, on the next one. That was 5-0 for us, so.
So Vanessa, do you have the cheat sheet with the rows right with the votes, at least for the articles?
The rows are currently not right.
They're just
correct
off by
right
one,
now.
Andrew. So you want to vote on 31.
Okay.
That matches what's in the written. So it's
But I mean, like, where is the extra row?
At the top. Look at the very top. He put one where he shouldn't have put. He put one next to article description. So he started numbering a row too early.
I mean, mine, I see Article 1 is acceptance of pilot payments.
And not the one he sent out today. So anyway, just it's
Well, what I'm trying to do, Kathy, is if you have the right one, show it. I want to see what select board has voted on and hasn't voted on, and then see if we want to just, if you're 5-0 on all of the kind of ancillary ones, just vote all those at the same time.
we were 5-0 on every one of those. I'm looking except for the citizens petition, which we unanimously voted not to support.
Okay. Because the ones that you haven't voted on, I think, you know, if you're not ready to vote on it, I don't think we would be.
Well, those would be only the collective bargaining agreements because there's two more to be finalized. So we couldn't vote on those yet. All the CPA articles, right?
Correct.
I don't have a vote recorded, Kathy, for senior tax write-off for the select board.
Really? No, you're right.
Oh,
Okay.
yeah,
Right,
that one wasn't printed in last time. It's
Oh.
printed it.
Is
That's
it
right.
printed here now?
Yes.
I'll take a quick look at it. Let's see. What number?
It
31.
would be senior is 34.
Okay, it's just accepting a mass general law.
Mm-hmm.
I'm okay with it.
Select board, we're okay with it?
Yep.
Yep.
All right, so I'll make a motion to approve the senior tax write-off article number 34.
Second.
Roll call vote, Sam,
Yes.
Al,
Aye.
AD,
Aye.
Marguerite,
Aye.
Cook is aye. Good catch, Vanessa.
Kathy, can you share that screen? Or Vanessa? So what I would like to do is vote, we haven't voted anything but the budget ones. To vote those. And then if, you know, advisory really wants to dig into one, we'll have to hold a separate meeting. But I think most of them are pretty easy ones.
Okay, yep, hang on.
Do it en masse. And so you guys, if there's one that
See it now.
select board has voted that we don't want to, so why don't we just go right to the top of this if we can. So acceptance of pilot payments, that's against it pretty standard, annual borrowing authorizations. You guys stop me if there's one you want to hold. Authorized contract starting 3 years, the SAP. Again, that one hasn't really changed much this year. Budget, we did all those ones. So OPEB trust fund, Brick Deck Hill farm funds. That's just a return of the money back into it. So I'm happy to vote that one. Capital budget, we did that one. Pay and classification study, we did that one already. Lynbrook Road water replacement. I thought that was out of the rev cap, Kathy.
I said that, but I guess I'm wrong. That's the one that's going to be the 0% loan.
I mean, it's the water, so I guess, I mean, it's not really going to affect the piece, but it wasn't in there.
Interesting.
But anyway, so the Lynbrook Road water project, which is going to go against the no interest MWRA loan. Capital budget we did. Existing leases we did. 9/11 field bond payment. That's pretty standard. Consultant article. we did that one in the already. Same with insurance deductible, retiree, leave time. I think all those ones were in the
They were.
articles. Yeah. Planning board, personnel board, I mean. Appraisal services, all these are the capital ones, right? CPA, we'll hold those ones till we see the final language. Authorization of revolving funds, that hasn't changed, that's the same. We did the amend town code, we'll do that one later. The parking one, does anybody have a concern with that one? I think I don't really have a concern if we want to vote that one with the other ones.
Vanessa, are you updating these votes as you go?
Yeah.
Okay, so just look at the one for the across from number 29. You got to make that 041.
Which one was that?
That is the amend town code unprotected ADU. You've got 042 there. It should be 041.
Oh, sorry. So what about advisory on parking and loading?
Yeah, we're thinking of taking that one together with all the other ones. Valuation services, certification stipend, senior tax write-off, I don't know, OPEB, treasurer collector stipend. Tim, do you want to hold that one?
I'm sorry. No.
Okay. Investment of trust funds and the citizens petition, I'll hold that one because I don't want to vote it the same as the other ones. Okay, so I move that we support and you can you highlight these for me? Vanessa? Yeah. We can put a color on them or something.
Are you starting from the top?
Starting from the top, yeah. Basically 1 through 4. Article, we already voted Article 6 and 7, right? Or we didn't do the water one. Well, might as well revote them because I think we were unanimous on all of them. Oh, the budget one, we have the individual one. So let's exclude number 6.
The budget.
Yeah, at town meeting for collective bargaining. So for Article 5, just put at town meeting like select board. Article 6, we have that, already in the other, right? It's detailed. It's not the whole article.
So
we
don't
already
put in there.
Yeah, so nothing there. Water, you guys voted that, right? You were unanimous, right?
Yeah, we just did.
Okay, so yeah, just put your vote in there.
Yeah, I'll fix the formatting on this.
Yeah. I would or just make it easier, filter in the select board to yes 5-0, and we'll just vote those ones. So if you filter on column I.
Select board's done for the night, Andrew. We could adjourn and leave you to it.
Yeah, fine.
Other than public comment, and we gotta wait for public comment.
Yeah, I mean, this
Do you want, Andrew, do you want me to send you this version of this sheet right now?
just click the little caret on SB there next to advisory.
Yeah.
And just select yes, the ones that say yes 5-0. Just go
first.
Yeah, so just hit select all at the top there. Hit that, hit select all. Then unclick it again. Okay, then you go down to the Y 5-0. Then click that one, the next one down, next one down, 5-0.
Yep.
And then the next one down. Okay. And then the next one too, sorry.
Oh, sorry.
All the ones, it's just as the formatting's off. And then the next one down, it says yes 5-0 again. Perfect.
Okay, good. Thank
All
you.
right, and then so this is what we're gonna vote. Okay, I move that advisory supports Articles 1, 2, 3, 4, 7, 8, 9, 10, 9, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. Scroll down, please.
Oh.
22, 23, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, and 36. Is there a second?
Second.
Andrew, don't you need to leave 13 and 14 out of that list because we've already voted on them?
Okay, I amend my motion to exclude 13 and 14.
Second.
Roll call vote. Tim?
Aye.
Howard?
Aye.
Larry?
Aye.
Andrew is aye. So 4-0 for all of those.
And what happened to 10?
Article 10? I'm not sure.
That's the capital budget non-borrowing.
Yeah.
Those we voted individually, so we can get that from the other sheets.
Okay, but it's just not listed here is my point.
That's what she had.
I don't think that vote was recorded yet. But we have it from when we did it earlier.
Thanks. Kathy, this is a filtered list.
Okay, sorry. Larry.
So I think the only other one is I don't know if people have. I listened to Select Board the other night when Carl came in to talk about the citizens petition one. I have a pretty good feeling about how I feel about that. I don't know if everybody else understands it enough to vote on it, but I'm ready to.
I'm ready.
I'm ready.
All right. What number is that one?
37.
37. I move that advisory supports Article 37, the citizens petition. Is there a second?
Second.
All those, roll call vote. Howard.
Nay.
Tim.
Nay.
Larry.
No.
Andrew is a nay as well. So we are no 4-0 for that one, Vanessa.
So 0-4-0.
0-4. All right. Well, I think that's good for us.
Okay, so now we're going to take any public comment about anything we talked about tonight or anything else that anybody wants to talk about that's not on the agenda. So let's see, Kristen Laval has her hand up, so I'll bring Kristen.
Okay.
A very easy one. Can you just repeat what the vote was just on?
The vote was Article 37, the citizens petition from Carl Geyer.
Could you I'm sorry, do you mind reading it?
Sure.
You want the whole article read, Kristen? So
Or the summary or description.
To see if the
Go
ahead.
See if the town of Southborough will vote to appropriate $165,000 or any other amount to be expended with the approval of the select board to pay for employment of an independent counsel for the purpose of discovering the existence of any criminal, civil, or unethical activity responsible for creation, purchase, delay, or denial of the illegal dump of the town of Southborough's Breakneck Hill conservation property. Is that enough, or we can go?
Thank you.
You know,
Okay, so
I'm sorry.
okay, I understand. Sorry, no questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
In the copy of the warrant I have, that shows as Article 38.
Correct. I have it.
When did you get yours today?
Yeah, it's the one that Mark sent out earlier.
I agree.
07.
Yeah,
I misspoke then. I said 37.
Okay. All right. Well, it's there. Well, I mean, we said what it was for, but it's 38. Amend my motion.
So Vanessa, you think you've got a good spreadsheet? You can.
Yeah, I just want to go over the advisory votes. Were there any that we did one through the SAP?
So we were, I think for all the votes, we were in lockstep with select board.
Okay.
Some of the individual budget ones that we did at the budget level, but I think these were all articles. I think we were all together.
Okay.
So Vanessa, if you want to send it to Andrew and I in the morning, we'll take a look at it.
Yeah. And we'll I'll cross-check my notes with Brian in the morning.
That's good. And from advisory, we didn't get all of our minutes from yet, so we'll hold off till the next meeting to do all those. So I don't think there's anything left for us, Kathy.
All right, and I don't see any other hands raised for public comment. Everybody agree? Okay, so select board, I make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
Sam,
Aye.
Al,
Aye.
AD,
Aye.
Marguerite,
Aye.
Lucas, aye, 5-0. Andrew,
And I make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
Roll call vote. Howard,
Aye.
Larry,
Aye.
Tim,
Aye.
Andrew is aye. Thank you all for a marathon meeting, but I think we hammered out a lot in a few hours.
we did. Okay, nice to see everybody from advisory as always.